Team practice is now ended. Please hold off on all practice shots. Once again, practice is now ended. Please hold off on all practice shots. The USBC Collegiate Program would like to thank our gold industry partners, Storm and Rotogrip. We would also like to thank our silver industry partners, Motive and 900 Global. We would like to thank Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the Intercollegiate Team Championships. Dexter Shoes, the #1 golden shoe in the world. And a special thank you to the official live scoring provider of the Intercollegiate Team Championships, Merit Internet Booking Solutions. Teams, your lanes are on for match play competition. Good luck and good bowling.
Take on me, take on 3, 1, 2, 3, take.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for continued coverage of the 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships. We have round 3 coming up next here on Bowl TV. These are elimination bracket matches only. So in both the men's and the women's divisions, we have 4 teams left in the winner's bracket, 8 teams in the elimination bracket, and 4 teams have been eliminated already. We started off with the 16 top teams in the nation who qualified through sectional qualifiers across the country. And now we're down to the top 12. After this round, we'll be to the top 8 in both the men's and the women's division. This is the first time the men and the women have been competing on the lanes here at the Spectrum Entertainment Complex at the same time. The men's competitors are on the low end of the house up to lanes 13 and 14, which we're watching right now, Calumet and Indiana Tech. And then on the high end of the house, starting from lane 19 and going to the right, we have the women's pairs. So we will run down all the matches for you in just a moment. But welcome. Thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV. A busy day on Bowl TV with the PWBA Greater Cleveland Open also ongoing at the moment at Yorktown Lanes, the sixth stop of the 2021 season. Emil Williams Jr. and Mike Flanagan on the call. My name is Aaron Smith with Bowl TV and USBC Communications, joined here by Jason Thomas. And we are slowly going to get closer and closer to determining who is going to be representing their school on the show on CBS Sports Network here at the Intercollegiate Team Championships. As we mentioned, this is an elimination bracket round. We are in a double elimination format. So you do have to be defeated twice throughout the course of matches leading up to the TV finals. Best of 7 Baker format. First team to 4 points, essentially 4 wins. We'll be moving on to the next round. Teams that lose this matchup will be eliminated from competition. You can follow live scoring courtesy of our friends at Merrick, providing scoring throughout the intercollegiate singles and team championships this week at Spectrum. Our matchups, let's first start off in the men's division. Over on lanes 1 and 2, we have McKendree taking on St. Francis, Illinois. On lanes 5 and 6, Wisconsin Whitewater taking on William Penn. On 9 and 10, Midland University taking on the defending ITC champion Weber International. And then here on 13 and 14, we're watching it right now, Indiana Tech against Calumet College of St. Joseph. On the women's side, lanes 19 and 20, Mount St. Mary's taking on Newman. 23 and 24, Maryville is up against Louisiana Tech. On 27 and 28, Baker University against Monmouth. Then on 31 and 32, McKendree against Stephen F. Austin. As we take a look at the bracket, starting with the men's, Wichita State will be taking on Emmanuel in the next round, which will be coming up pretty quickly after we finish this up. We're going to leave the cameras up and rolling here for a bit. Wichita State versus Emmanuel, and then Mount Mercy versus St. Ambrose in the winner's bracket on the men's side. The winner of the Indiana Tech Calumet match will face the winner of Wisconsin Whitewater and William Penn. And then the winner of the McKendree St. Francis match will face up against the winner of the Midland Weber International match. On the women's side, next round, Mount Mercy versus North Carolina A&T, and then Wichita State and Wisconsin Whitewater in the winner's bracket. The winner of Stephen F. Austin and McKendree will take on the winner of Newman and Mount St. Mary's. And then the winner of the Baker-Monmouth match will take on the winner of the Maryville and Louisiana Tech match. Here in game one, Calumet showing off its spare shooting. A team that has gone on some major runs, has thrown a lot of strikes. None to show for here in the first 6 frames. Indiana Tech, after an early open, just made it a double in the 8th and the 9th. They can get to 214 still. For Calumet, yesterday, they were down 0-3 to William Penn, won the last 4 games, stay in the winner's bracket. Big shot in the 10th there. Now in the 2-0s for Indiana Tech. So Calumet faced off against Emmanuel last round. Similar situation, down 3-1. They win the next 2 to force a game 7. But Emmanuel was able to get the job done, get the win, to set up that matchup with Wichita State. For Indiana Tech, they got swept in the opening round by Wisconsin Whitewater, but delivered a sweep of their own against Pikeville to set up this match. Without the second hit in the 10th, 202. Now their max score with the spare. 220 still out there for Calumet since they've been able to fill their frames. Stay clean through 7. But sparing out will not get the job done. They'll need to find a couple strikes here. And now, CCSJ knows exactly what it needs to do. 2:02 final score for Indiana Tech. They're going to have a minute here, too, because we have a couple frames left to go for the Crimson Wave. It's going to have to hustle. 2:8-10 in the 7th. And without this conversion, this one's over. Indiana Tech's going to take game 1. Looks like they're going to bring in a substitute here to shoot at this. Another left-hander on the roster. It's Sean Quinn, who qualified for ISC. Need to make it. Have a chance to win game 1 here. Takes a run at it, though. Doesn't get the Doesn't get the 2-pin. So game 1 going to Indiana Tech. Taking a look around, looks like McKendree on the men's side is going to get the opening game victory over St. Francis, Illinois, go up 1-0. William Penn up 1-0 against Wisconsin Whitewater. Midland up 1-0 against Weber International. And then Indiana Tech going to be up 1-0 against Calumet here on the men's side. For the women, Mount St. Mary's takes game 1 against Newman. Maryville up 1-0 against Louisiana Tech. Baker with the game 1 victory over Monmouth. And the McKendree women are going to get the game 1 win over Stephen F. Austin. Official tally here in game 1, 202 to 174. Indiana Tech up 1-0. Indiana Tech making its ITC debut here in 2021. This matchup, a battle of teams representing Indiana. Indiana Tech from Fort Wayne, more on the east side of the state, and Calumet College in Whiting, Indiana, which is in the northwest portion of Indiana, better known as the region. Once again, across the house, elimination bracket matches. 4 men's teams and 4 women's teams will be heading home today. All channels available to watch. After a lack of strikes in game 1, maybe the type of hit Calumet needs to find its momentum. They've been really strong as the blocks have gotten a little bit later. But as we mentioned, down 3-0 against William Penn and then down 3-1 against Emmanuel. Had a hard time winning games when the pattern's been fresh. Early open from Indiana Tech. This has been one of the more calculated matches so far. A little bit slower pace. Now back-to-back 2-4-10s for Indiana Tech. An opportunity for Calumet here. PD Virgos. Gets the hit. He's going to be on the ISC show on CBS Sports Network. Looks like our scoreboard screen went out there, so I'll take that off the screen for the time being. Wait for those to pop back up. Make it a double for Calumet. Newman's going to even up its match against Mount St. Mary's on 19 and 20 in the women's division. Baker's going to go up 2-0 against Monmouth. Maryville up 2-0 against Louisiana Tech. Weber International is going to be 1-1 with Midland University on 9 and 10, men's division. William Penn a mark away in the 10th from going up 2-0. Against Wisconsin Whitewater. After the back-to-back 2-4-10s, 3 in a row for Indiana Tech. Still going to be trailing, though, here. Spare not a problem. In the 7th for Calumet. Washout in the 8th for Calumet. Looks like they're going to bring in the sub once again. And 0 on that. A lot of count lost. 161 in the 8th now. Looks like the scoreboards have come back, so we'll re-add that to the shot. So with the spare, max score-wise, Indiana Tech can actually step up here 8th, 9th, and 10th. Both teams were to strike out, they win by 1. Ring 10 in the 9th frame for Virgos. See if the Warriors can mount a little comeback here. Both teams not afraid to get left here in the early going. Spare in the 9th. There's the spare in the 8th. 210 the max. So Calumet can strike out here, get to 211, shutout. Kevin McCune, first team All-American, gets the first one. Well, how about the Indiana Tech catching the break there in frame number 9? Got take them. Those are the rules. So they're going to have a chance to apply some pressure here. And once again, if Calumet can get the second strike in the 10th. And they don't get it. Count becomes important here. You need the first one. Oh, ring the 10. Calumet's going to get this one tied up at 1 apiece. That was a really good shot. That was an absolutely great shot. That's been the hit this week here at Spectrum. That ring 10. right, here are the updates. McKendree up 2-0. William Penn up 2-0. Midland and Weber tied. Calumet and Indiana Tech tied. Those are the men's updates. On the women's side, Newman and Mount St. Mary's tied at 1 apiece. Maryville up 2-0 and looking to go up 3-0. Baker up 2-0 against Monmouth. And to wrap up the women's side on 31 and 32, McKendree and Stephen F. Austin are going to be tied at 1 apiece. The women's division looks like Newman is going to go up 2-1. Maryville up a commanding 3-0 on Louisiana Tech. Monmouth will have the opportunity to collect its first win against Baker. Baker in the books with 169. Monmouth on a 183 pace. So if they can fill one of these frames here in the 9th and 10th, they'll be collecting their first win. How about that cover right there? A little 6-7-10 cover. Weber is going to win game 3, go up 2-1 against Midland. (25 through 28) should be back up and running. Calumet has not struck a bunch on lane 14. And adding insult to injury, get into the pocket, 7-10 in the 6th. Lane 14 not wanting to cooperate for the Crimson Wave, so an opportunity here for the Warriors of Indiana Tech. To create a little room here in game 3. This match knotted up at 1 apiece. (86 in the 6th). Indiana Tech can grab the momentum here. Just one strike, though. At a 4-7-10. Potentially going to keep it pretty close here. One of those matches nobody, or games I should say, nobody seems to want to win. Splits, opens. The Calumet gets its first strike there in the 7. Dylan Dobrin, second-team All-American this year. Trying to get his teammates going. See Coach Kubacki spending a lot of time up there talking about this next shot, knows how big it is. Keep it at 6 pins. Indiana Tech with the strike in frame 7. St. Francis, Illinois is going to get on the board. They'll be down 2-1 against McKendree. Trouble in the 8th. Can Calumet find a double? Slane is hooking. With it too, Calumet can take the lead with a spare. Neither team really getting anything going here in game 3. 178 max for Indiana Tech. 186 still out there for Calumet with the spare. They get it? Eight-pin match. 9th frame for Indiana Tech. Crossing over. Calumet doesn't get this one. Indiana Tech can step up double in the 10th. Take the 2-1 advantage. Calumet holds the ball in its court. 10th frame, Indiana Tech looking for the double. Want the double, need the double, get the double. Calumet can match. They're going to win game 3. There's one. Once again, they still will have to match if Indiana Tech gets this one. There's the double in the 10th, 3 in a row. They're in the 170s. They're able to get this one. Gonna have it. 4-9. 4-9. Now just 7 pins here. 7 guarantees the win for Indiana Tech, a 2-1 advantage. A rough game for both teams here. Seven locks it up. A slow 8 will get the job done. 176 a winner here. Indiana Tech up 2-1. William Penn up 3-0 against Wisconsin Whitewater. Mentioned Weber International up 2-1 against Midland. It was on the men's side. Going to the women's. Matches ongoing in the elimination bracket. Newman up 2-1. Louisiana Tech got a game there, so it's now 3-1 on 23 and 24. Baker up 2-1. McKendree up 2-1. Again, we're going to keep the cameras rolling here for 3 more rounds. After this, and potentially this evening, we will probably know a couple, potentially all of our finalists for CBS Sports Network. If we have to get to the if necessary match with the double elimination format, that will be Saturday morning, 7 a.m. If the teams from the winner's bracket are able to work their way through, though, and go unscathed to the title match, we will know. Teams advancing to CBS Sports Network. The Newman women rattling off some strikes on 19 and 20 against Mount St. Mary's, in good position to go up 3-1. William Penn ahead through 7, looking to sweep Wisconsin Whitewater. Tale of two lanes here for Calumet. Technically, the left lane has been good for Indiana Tech as well. They've won twice on it. Let's see if that trend continues. So potentially the key to this match. Who will figure out the right lane first? William Penn did get the win, so they are going to eliminate Wisconsin Whitewater. So Whitewater, the first team out this round. That match in the books. McKendree in position. They can fill up the 10th frame. They're going to go up 3-1 against St. Francis, Illinois. Midland and Weber tied at 2 apiece. This match currently trending to be tied after 4. 2-2. Newman up 3-1. Maryville up 3-1, but trailing heading into the 9th and the 10th against Louisiana Tech. Baker and Monmouth tied 2 apiece. I mentioned McKendree up 2-1 against Stephen F. Austin. So we've mentioned the left lane here on 13 and 14. It's going to be 4-0 so far. That one in the 9th all but wraps it up. This one officially in the books here. So lane 14. Calumet got a couple of strikes after not getting one until the 10th frame in game 1. Looks like Louisiana Tech's going to have an opportunity here in the 10th frame. They've done what they needed to do. They're going to force a game 6 against Maryville. Maryville is still going to have the 3-2 advantage. McKendree, good count away on its second shot in the 10th. I'm going up 3-1 against Stephen F. Austin. McKendree men up 3-1 against St. Francis, Illinois. 234 for CCSJ that game. So what's the move on this lane for Calumet? Strikes have been hard to come by. We see Indiana Tech finding a little momentum here on this lane. So, they got their notes down. They're ready to head back there for game 6. Calumet would have to finish on this lane. 174 and 172 so far. Daniel Chin is going to kick things off here. Game number 5. Oh. Some violent ring 10s this week. So one match in the books so far. On the men's side, William Penn 4-0 against Wisconsin Whitewater. Kendry officially got the win. Up 3-1 now. Monmouth in good position to go up 3-2 now on Baker after being down 2-0. So again, a reminder, folks, 5 p.m. Eastern time. The PWBA Greater Cleveland will be back and available to watch. Second round of qualifying. But we are full bore here leading up until that. Early double from Indiana Tech. Crossover for CCSJ. Can the Warriors make it 3? Well, that was pretty good. That was really good. 3 for 3, Indiana Tech. Oh. There's never a fun time to watch that happen. Stuff 8. Oh, Calumet gets the 9 out, though. Early double. Once again, this lane has given them trouble. Not a lot of strikes. Early double, some momentum. But Indiana Tech looking strong as well. 8 pin followed by a 9 for Indiana Tech. Monmouth officially up 3-2. Nice 245 from player 1 on lanes 47 to 48. That's just a joke. That's on the boutique center or boutique side of the house. Phenomenal facility. We got 40 lanes on this side, and then an additional couple of lanes available, and just a phenomenal facility. The boutique center here at Spectrum Entertainment Complex. Pins are nailed down here. Eight pins, 9 pins, screaming messengers, not connecting. With the spare here, 8 pin advantage Indiana Tech. This match 2-2 elimination bracket 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships. We're in Wyoming, Michigan, just outside of Grand Rapids. Spectrum Entertainment Complex, the venue. Big thank you to the Eaton fan. Oh. Opportunity for Indiana Tech now. And another 9 pin. 3 in a row. This could very easily be front 7 here and roll into a 3-2 lead for Indiana Tech, but this matchup's still in question. Still got a couple frames left to go here, but Indiana Tech has looked strong. They've been all over the pocket. Back to back. Missed to makeables. Come on, 9 pin. Come on, that was almost 4 in a row. That's what you got to do in this situation, though. Now up 30 after back-to-back opens from Calumet. I think they got to strike out here. That's going to be their only chance. And .206 now the max. Indiana Tech's can go up 3-2. St. Francis, Illinois is going to get game 5. They'll be down 3-2 against McKendree. That's on the men's side. Midland's going to go up 3-2. Big 10th frame. against Weber International. They're one win away from eliminating the defending ITC champion here in the men's division. Newman's going to get the 171-169 victory to collect a 4-1 advancement over Mount St. Mary. So Mount St. Mary eliminated on the women's side. Quite a finish right now. Louisiana Tech looking to hang on. Maryville will have the opportunity to double in the 10th to finish that match in 6th. They're up 3-2. Looks like Maryville got the first strike in the 10th. They will need the second, though. Good count, though, does present tie possibilities. And a tie possibility definitely in play on 23 and 24. Louisiana Tech has a fill ball left to go. They can strike for 197. Maryville struck on its first shot, got 9 on the second. If they make the spare, they're at 196. Louisiana Tech going to go. Strike, they force game 7. And a late fall of the 9, or late fall of the 8 pin, excuse me. It's going to give him 9. Holy cow, that one was almost over, nearly over right there. Spare for the half. Louisiana Tech gets the bowl one more. That one's going to be 3.5 to 2.5 now. Maryville with the advantage. $224 to $185. The left lane still undefeated. Game 6 coming up next. So Indiana Tech up 3-2. Midland up 3-2 on Weber. And Kendry up 3-2 on St. Francis, Illinois, all on the men's side. William Penn swept Wisconsin Whitewater 4-0. On the women's side, Newman wins 4-1 against Mount St. Mary's. Baker trying to hang on. He's going to have the advantage heading into the 10th against Monmouth and force a game 7 there. McKendree ahead right now against Stephen F. Austin. They can finish this game up. They can win this one 4-1. Just had the finish between Maryville and Louisiana Tech, 3.5 to 2.5. Round 3 competition, 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships. See if we can get the end of 31 and 32 real quick. I'm going to switch off this pair for just a quick second. Kendry, Stephen F. Austin. So chance for 217. McKendree up to the far right. Mark gets him into the 220s. That strike going to do it for McKendree. They're going to eliminate the Lady Jacks. Seen one pin in, or 2 pins, excuse me, in 2 shots. Let's head back to our featured pair.
No, you can't.
Game 6, Indiana Tech up 3-2. We got one in Game 7 currently underway at the moment. Although technically they could have a Game 8, Maryville and Louisiana Tech. Each team with 4 out of 5 strikes. The difference, the split versus, and a little extra at the end. 5 in a row, Indiana Tech. The only difference, the placement of the non-strike and then spare versus an open frame. Perfect shot there from Calumet, 5 out of 6. 265 still out there. 290 available for Indiana Tech, 7th frame. From way downtown, going to have just the 2-pin. So again, folks, we'll be going into round 4 pretty much as soon as we wrap up here. Scheduled start time 3 p.m. Eastern. Seventh frame for Calumet. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wow. Tremendous break for Calumet in the 7th to make it 3 in a row. We both strike out, though. Both these teams strike out. Indiana Tech still ahead. Max of 269, 265 still out there for Calumet. 8th, 9th, and 10th left to go. Seasons on the line. Collegiate careers on the line. What a shot. What a shot. Calumet needs to match here. Keep the pressure on. Big 4 in the 8th. That might be it. That might be it for the top ranked team in the regular season. 9th frame, Indiana Tech. They catch the hit. Trip to 2. Calumet its own trip 2, a little bit different way in the 7th. Returned the favor in the 9th. Any type of mark here for Indiana Tech, they're going to wrap it up. I actually don't even need that now. There's a good count here. Good count, Indiana Tech moving on. What a performance here in Game 6 from the Warriors. They're going to take this matchup against Calumet and continue on. The Crimson Wave eliminated. Where are we going next, folks? Where are we going next? Let's take a look here. Let's check out the end of Midland and Weber. First strike in the 10th for Weber. They can max out at 190. Midland working on a strike in the 9th. They have a max of 206. Chris Udo. Oh, trip of 2. Oh, my. Good count. Once again, max for Weber now, 190. 8 or more on this next shot. Must strike situation for Weber. 310. Midland's going to knock off the defending champion. We're going to have a new ITC champion in the men's and the women's division here in 2021. That's a win. Midland moving on. Let's go 27-28. We got 2 close finishes here. Check out 27-28, Monmouth and Baker. Midland with the win. This is Game 7. Monmouth up on the right, and 7-10 mixer. That's their 8th frame. Baker up in the 8th. 2-10. Monmouth was working on a strike. Baker was on a spare there. Baker's going to step up first here. Zero on the spare attempt, 139 now in the 8th for Baker. Monmouth takes the 1. They have 143. This is a 4-pin match, Game 7. 9th and 10th frame left to go. Baker up first. 9th frame. You heard him. Get the hit. Monmouth, can they answer? Going to stay ahead. 4-pin match, game 7. Monmouth needs to match. However much pressure Baker can apply, Monmouth will have the opportunity to match. 10th frame, first shot, Megan Carpenter. So good. All right. I just said it. Must match situation here. Working on a strike. First shot of the 10th. Three, 6, 9, 10. Eight would be enough here. Working on the double, 8 would be enough. Whew. That could have been a couple more. 8 is going to be enough. Baker is going to get the victory in game 7, eliminate Monmouth University. Let's go to Maryville and Louisiana Tech. A lot of red jerseys here. Maryville is on the left. That spare conversion was in the 9th frame. Louisiana Tech is up on the right. They're working on a double. So they have the lead at the moment, but have not bowled their 9th frame. Maryville up 3.5 to 2.5. With a spare, Louisiana Tech will stay ahead heading into the 10th. Be a 2-pin match. Maryville going in, stepping up first here, 10th frame. And the tie last game that comes in light. 3-5. Similar situation with the spare here. Spare covered. Louisiana Tech just has to match here to stay ahead. There's the spare. Ellie Leyendecker from Louisiana Tech stepping up here. First shot of the 10th. Gets the strike. Going to need 7 and 2 shots. 7 and 2 shots at the moment to force the always popular game 8. Rarely seen. All right, number still 7. Maryville in the books with 189. Have a game 7 underway on lanes 1 and 2. Can wrap it up right here. That's way more than 7. Game 8 coming up on 23 and 24, 3.5 to 3.5. It's it over to McKendree and St. Francis. It's the only other match ongoing at the moment. So we got a game 8 coming up next. All right, let's figure out where we're at here. Game 7, McKendree on the right lane, St. Francis, Illinois on the left. Where's that live scoring? There's that live scoring. All right, still early in this matchup. St. Francis, Illinois, strike, and then missed a single pin in the second. They have 28 after 2. That was a 4th frame delivery for McKendree. They started with a double, then missed a single pin of their own in the third, and now looking at a 3-7. Just about as far apart as humanly possible, these matches. 23 and 24 and 1 and 2. Striking the third for the Fighting Saints. They liked it for good reason. 3-7. Missed the single pin, bring it back with the split conversion. Fourth frame for St. Francis, 3-6-9-10. Game 8 underway on 23 and 24. Miscue there from St. Francis, Illinois in the 4th frame. This is the 5th frame. McKendree making the left-handed version of that spare, the 2-4-7-8. They're up 19 now. Completed with the 5th. St. Francis will be stepping up for their 5th frame coming up next year. Through 3 frame, or in the 3rd frame right now in 23 and 24 of game 8. Low scoring start here to game number 7. McKendree now with 99 in the 6th. With the spare, St. Francis would be down 7. Seventh frame strike for McKendree. Seven pin still the difference, but McKendree are able to double up here in the 8th. And an extra 10 pins onto that would extend the lead to 17. Oh, 9 pin. Goodness. Those have been sneaking up here. You've seen the 10s, now the 9s. Still anybody's matchup here, but neither team really trying to run away with it at the moment. That 9 pin would have fell out. That would have been a monstrous momentum shift right there for the Bearcats. And they missed spare in the 7th. Now down 19. McKendree stepping up in the 9th. You can strike here and double in the 10th and shut out. There's one. There's the 9th frame. 188 the max score for St. Francis. 199 out there for McKendree. Time to put on the striking shoes at Fighting Saints. Oh, 7 pin actually thought about standing twice. This one can do it. It can get him there. Ring the 7. St. Francis, Illinois still in this match now. 9th frame coming up. 179. Now the max for McKendree. 188 still out there for St. Francis. Need to set it up with a strike, though. Three, 6, 7, 10. Their max now 168. McKendree makes a spare. They're 1 in 7. Spare gets the job done. McKendree moving on. This one's over. Let's go back to Louisiana Tech and Maryville. Game 8. And this one all but wrapped up. Louisiana Tech going to take it here. Three-bagger in the back half of the game. It's going to give the Bulldogs the win in 8. This one mathematically over. So a little bit of everything here. So this round just about complete. Taking a look at the brackets for round 4 on the men's side. We mentioned in the winners bracket, Wichita State versus Emmanuel and Mount Mercy versus St. Ambrose. In the elimination bracket, Indiana Tech against William Penn and McKendree against Midland. On the women's side, winners bracket matches, Mount Mercy versus North Carolina A&T and Wichita State versus Wisconsin Whitewater. Elimination bracket matches next round, McKendree versus Newman and Baker versus Louisiana Tech. So, folks, with that, we're just going to hang out here for a little bit. We're going to keep the cameras rolling. We're going to be getting into all these fairly quickly, round after round. So, with that, we're going to step away for just a quick second. We're going to go back. Let's see. We're going to get you the scoreboards here while we wait for the next round to start up. In case you missed any of it.
And that concludes round 3 of competition for the Intercollegiate Team Championships. Teams competing in round 4. We are currently bringing in those teams that did not compete in round 3. Once all teams have made it into the building, we will then make an announcement of when practice will start for round number 4. If you are not competing in round number 4, we ask that you please exit the bowling center, as only competitors and coaches of the teams competing in the current round are allowed in the building. Teams, if you plan on checking out of the building out of the hotel early, please contact Zach or Gary so that we can make sure the hotel is aware of your travel plan. As a reminder to all coaches and athletes, masks must properly be worn at all times. That means covering your nose, mouth, and chin at all times.
All right, with that, folks, time for a break for us. As you potentially heard over the announcement that they will announce when the next squad is coming up, so we'll put that in the chat once we know for sure. But right now, in a quick break before round 4 gets underway, so we're going to take a quick break ourselves here on Bold TV. We'll leave all the cameras up and running, but we'll be back with the next round coming up soon.
Into the bowling center, we will make an announcement for the start of practice of round number 4.
But folks, thank you again for joining us here on Bold TV for the 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships from Spectrum Entertainment Complex in Wyoming, Michigan. My name is Aaron Smith, joined with Jason Thomas this week. And round 4 will be coming up next here on Bold TV. So everybody hang tight. We'll let you know when we're going to get ready for practice once again for round number 4.
If you are continuing on. playing for the remaining 7.5 minutes of practice. practice is now ended. Please hold off on all practice shots. Once again, practice is now ended. Please hold off on all practice shots. The USBC Collegiate Program would like to thank our gold industry partners, Storm and Rotogrip. We would also like to thank our silver industry partners, Motive and 900 Global. We would like to thank Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the Intercollegiate Team Championships. Dexter Shoes, the #1 bowling shoe in the world. And a special thank you to the official live scoring provider of the Intercollegiate Team Championships, Merit Internet Booking Solutions. Teams, your lanes are on for match play competition. Good luck and good bowling.
All right, everybody. It's time for round 4 of match play at the 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships taking place at the Spectrum Entertainment Complex in Wyoming, Michigan. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC Communications and Bold TV. And we are excited to continue our journey to the top 2 teams who will be competing for the prized Helmer Cup on CBS Sports Network. We started with 16 teams in both the men's and the women's divisions. We are now down to 8. A mix of winner's bracket and elimination bracket matches across the house. And those current matchups. Starting on the men's side, on the low end of the house, Indiana Tech is taking on William Penn. That is an elimination bracket match. We have Emmanuel versus Wichita State on 5 and 6. That's a winner's bracket match. Mount Mercy and St. Ambrose on 9 and 10, winner's bracket match. And then McKendree and Midland on 13 and 14 in an elimination bracket match. So all teams on the lanes right now. The teams competing in the winner's bracket had the previous round off after going 2-0 to start their quest through the double elimination match play bracket. We're currently watching lanes 19 and 20. This is a winner's bracket match in the women's division. Mount Mercy versus North Carolina A&T. The other winner's bracket match is on 23 and 24, Wisconsin Whitewater versus Wichita State. On 27 and 28, elimination match between McKendree and Newman. And then on 31 and 32, Louisiana Tech versus Baker. Best of 7 Baker format once again, same way it's been throughout the course of the event and the way it will continue until we get down to the finals. Just a reminder, everybody, live scoring is available, courtesy of Merrick. Strong start here for Mount Mercy. Strikes on 3 of their first 5 shots. Clean through 5. Potentially back-to-back opens for North Carolina A&T. This is their 4th frame with the 210 up there. Sixth frame at the moment for the Mustangs. Four out of the last 5 for Mount Mercy. It's 2 consecutive opens now for A&T. 53 in the 4th. They find themselves in a big hole here in game 1. Again, this is a winner's bracket match. Mount Mercy defeated Delaware State. Dramatic finish last night to collect that victory. In the deciding game, 4-3. Then defeated Mount St. Mary's in round 2 earlier today to set up this matchup with the Aggies. North Carolina A&T defeated St. Ambrose in the first round, then knocked off McKendree 4.5 to 2.5 in round 2. And the thing we haven't mentioned yet, for the teams in the winner's bracket, if they win this match, then they are in position to have to win just 1 match in 2 attempts in order to advance to the CBS Sports Network finals. So, as we mentioned, double elimination leading up to the TV show. So on the women's side, for the winner of the Mount Mercy North Carolina A&T match or the Wichita State Wisconsin Whitewater match, they're on opposite sides of the bracket. The winner of those matches can either go out and win the elimination bracket final for the team that comes out of the elimination bracket. If they lose that match, they will have 1 more opportunity to win. On the men's side, we are talking about for Wichita State versus Emmanuel, and then Mount Mercy versus St. Ambrose. So this particular matchup here on 1920 at much different paces. That spare from North Carolina A&T was their 6th frame. For Mount Mercy, that was an open in the 9th. So they are at 172, so a 202 max score. 200 even out there for North Carolina A&T if they strike out from the 7th frame, which is underway right now, and it's going to drop it down to 190. They picked this up, max score 190. So any type of mark and good count, 19-pin fill here, guarantees Mount Mercy game 1. Mount Mercy, the top-ranked team in the women's division during the regular season. Had that scare against Delaware State. They were needing help in that match to make it happen, and threw some strikes in the 10th frame of the final game to make it interesting, to make the Hornets show up and fill a frame. They ended up chopping the 3-pin off the 3-6 to collect the victory. Cassie Corey going to step up here. With the spare, she would need 9 to officially shut out. Got the spare. North Carolina A&T max score 190 with strikes in the 8th, 9th, and 10th. There's one. Teams that lose in the elimination, or excuse me, in the winners of bracket, the teams that lose in the winners bracket will bowl the next round. In the elimination bracket. Midland University going to take game number 1 against McKendree on the men's side, 13-14. All right, this one officially going to go to Mount Mercy. We would like to take this opportunity to recognize one of our gold industry sponsors for their continued effort and support of collegiate bowling, of youth bowling, and helping build a future for the sport. Rotogrip. You can see them above the masking unit on lanes 19 and 20 for their gold industry sponsorship. Rotogrip.com, place to go to find the latest and greatest in high-performance bowling equipment. Rotogrip, proud sponsor here of the Intercollegiate Singles and Team Championships. $190-158. Mount Mercy up 1-0. Let's get some other scores for you here across the board. Indiana Tech takes game one over William Penn. Emmanuel up 1-0 against Wichita State. So that's the first time we've really seen them have any adversity so far in this event. So we'll see how they respond. St. Ambrose is going to take game number one versus Mount Mercy, just a matter of final score. Mentioned Midland taking game one against McKendree. On the women's side, Whitewater taking game one against Wichita State. McKendree up 1-0 against Newman. And Louisiana Tech, fresh off its game 8. That's right, game 8 victory against Maryville to win 4.5 to 3.5, up 1-0 against Baker. Early three-bagger for North Carolina A&T. Mount Mercy delivers a strike of their own in the third. Spare double for the Mustangs, 3 in a row for the Aggies. We're off to the races here in game 2. Mount Mercy up 1-0. They were asking for some hold, got some hold. 4 for 4. There's Anna Elijah for North Carolina A&T there in the 4th. She's going to be on the Intercollegiate Singles Championship show. Be taped tomorrow and air May 11th, 8 p.m. Eastern. One more. Oh, across the deck. 5 in a row. North Carolina A&T quickly shaking off that 158 start. Business picking up with 5 in a row. I love it when business picks up. Six for 6. The Aggies of North Carolina A&T, the 2015 ITC champion. Game 2, round 4. Open in the 4th from Mount Mercy. A chance to really build this lead up now. You see Coach and Hall of Famer Kim Kearney there having a good time with her student athletes. 7. We got 7. Seven in a row for North Carolina A&T. 10 pin in the 5th for Mount Mercy. Why slow down? Going for 8. Get the mixer. 8 in a row. How about this? How about them Aggies? We're going to tie things up here in big time fashion. Anna Elijah getting ready here. Frame number 9. 8 consecutive strikes for North Carolina A&T. Gonna have a chance. Oh, let's go. We got the front 9, folks. Front 9 Baker Competition Intercollegiate Team Championships. North Carolina A&T. This is going to be Cameron Strombeck stepping up here in frame number 10. First shot of the 10th. How good is that? 10 for 10. North Carolina A&T. They are taking this game. They're going to tie this match up. But right now we're looking for a little more. Cameron Strombeck, North Carolina A&T stepping up here. 10 consecutive strikes. She's going to find the hold. 4-pin ends the run. Going to be in the 280s here and collect the win. How about that? 158 in the opener, said, no worries, we got this. Front 10 the next game to even things up. Mount Mercy now just an opportunity to finish this game out, learn some things, maybe bring in a few different players, get folks some reps. 289, wow. So this is just the 7th frame for Mount Mercy. So they elected to take their time here. And now North Carolina A&T, after all that momentum, 10 consecutive strikes to start. It's going to have to sit for a couple minutes. Taking a look at the ITC program, that's going to tie for the second highest game by a women's team in Baker history at the ITC. There's been a 299. That was by Lindenwood in 2012. San Jose State. And then Morehead State 289s in 1990 and 1995, respectively. So North Carolina A&T going to earn a spot there in the record books. Second highest Baker game in ITC history. Well, with the excitement of that run by North Carolina A&T into the record books, seems like a perfect time to do that giveaway. We mentioned it was going to be early in this round. So we're going to give away a branded ITC tumbler to one lucky Bowl TV viewer. All you have to do is wait for the prompt in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. You'll see a note that says a giveaway will begin soon. I'll have a 60-second countdown, and then you will see another prompt at the bottom left-hand corner. We'll say the giveaway has begun. And you'll see a big submit entry button. All you have to do is click that submit entry button and you'll have a chance to win. We do recommend you take it out of the full screen mode if you're in full screen. Make sure you can see the chat and all the good stuff. But let's go ahead and get that started soon here. But after the spare shot here for Mount Mercy, we will still have a fill ball to go with the conversion. Or this will wrap up game 2 officially. So yeah, let's start it up. Let's start up this giveaway. Giveaway is out there. Good luck, everybody. Remember, wait for that submit entry button. Give it a click, and that's all you have to do. Be entered to win. Get some other updates from across the house. Indiana Tech up 2-0 against William Penn. Emmanuel with the 2-0 lead, and they're going to make it 3-0 against Wichita State. So Emmanuel College, one win away from sending Wichita State to the elimination bracket on the men's side. Emmanuel is talked about them a little bit before. Talked about the firepower on that team. They can throw some strikes with the best of them. And looking good here. Going to be a 3-0 on Wichita State. Mount Mercy men are going to have a chance to even it up. They're able to fill out the 9th and the 10th frames against St. Ambrose. That'll be 1 apiece. McKendree and Midland 1 apiece as well. As we mentioned here, Mount Mercy and North Carolina A&T tied at 1 apiece. Whitewater and Wichita State 1 apiece. Louisiana Tech's going to be up 3-0 on Baker. Then McKendree's up 2-0 on Newman. We got Kyler taking home an ITC tumbler. Congratulations, Kyler. I think Kyler won a week or two ago at a PWBA stop, so you can win here on Bull TV, folks. Thank you to everybody for participating and being part of the Bull TV community. Question about when the finals are going to be. They are going to they're going to be taped tomorrow. So we're going to tape 4 CBS Sports Network broadcasts tomorrow here from the Spectrum Entertainment Complex. And they will begin airing next Tuesday, May 11th, 8 p.m. Eastern, with the women's singles show. The men's singles show will be the following Tuesday, May 18th, also at 8 p.m. Eastern. The first team show will be May 25th for the women. They'll be at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, so that's the only time deviation. And then we'll wrap things up June 1st with the men's ITC show at 8 p.m. Eastern. So those are the times, those are the places. So check out the top teams and individual performers here in the collegiate spectrum. That strike in the 5th frame for Mount Mercy makes it 4 in a row after a split to kick things off. North Carolina A&T clean through 5. Stepping up in the 6th after the 289 last game. Fortunate just to have the 6 pin there. Going to look to stay clean. Mount Mercy make it 5 in a row. 6 frame. Oh, come on. Take it to the bank when you get those. Cash it in. You can even do the Macarena there. I'm not sure what that was. That may not have been the Macarena. It was a dance move of sorts, though. And I appreciate the enthusiasm. All right, with the spare there in the 6, 240 still out there for the Aggies, but if Mount Mercy keeps striking, that might not be enough. 6 in a row. How about that after having 289 shot at you the previous game? Stepping up, 6 in a row. Mount Mercy. To keep an eye on this lane 19 now. So a question in the chat about, we've got a few different ones. Question about looking for qualifying for the PWBA Greater Cleveland Open. That is going to be What time's that start? That's an hour from now. 5 p.m. Eastern time. That second round of qualifying will start up again with Emil Williams Jr. and Mike Flanagan from Yorktown Lanes in Parma Heights, Ohio. Question about the giveaways. How are they picked? It's a great question. It's all done within the program. It's you click the button, it generates a winner. Nice three-bagger there from North Carolina A&T. We mentioned 246. And that's still out there for them. Ninth frame for Mount Mercy. After that strong start. This one not over. Strike in the ninth. Their max 258. Into the 230s. One more gets them into the 240s. So max for North Carolina A&T 246. Mount Mercy would have to get the first strike, 9 spare. Strike 9 spare would get them to 247. We put them up 2-1. Cassidy Corey stepping up. Are they going to lean on it? 7 doesn't fall. 238 the max score for Mount Mercy now. North Carolina A&T can get this win with a late 5-bagger. If they get the second hit in the 10th, they got it. Big comeback. Unfazed by the 6-bagger in the middle. Kept striking, kept plugging away. Just going to need 3 pins. Big swing, big swing. Big swing here. Just got to keep it on the lane, get a couple pins. That's going to do it. 246. Back 6. The Aggies have just gone 289 and 246 back to back in Baker competition. You do not see that very often, folks. That is impressive bowling. Louisiana Tech in position to sweep Baker and move on to the next round. Max for Baker 170. Louisiana Tech on a 192 pace. .246, 236 victory for North Carolina A&T to go up 2-1. I think as we settle into this one, might want to go over to 9 and 10 for a quick minute. We got a game brewing over here. Game brewing here. Game 3, 1-1 between St. Ambrose and Mount Mercy in the men's division. Let's do that real quick here as we are at the start of Game 4. We'll check out this energy. So Mount Mercy on the left, St. Ambrose on the right. Both teams had a max score of 268 out there through 6 frames. That was a strike in the ninth for St. Ambrose. Mount Mercy, the 6-pin standing up there right now, is in the 7th frame. So if St. Ambrose can get the first strike in the 10th, that will be officially a lockout. They'll be in the 250s. 247 the max for Mount Mercy. Cameron Crow up to the plate. They hit one over the left field fence here. Strike gets it. St. Ambrose team's got some firepower, folks. Gonna be in the 250s. Gonna go up 2-1 here. So we settle back in here. Emmanuel is going to get the sweep against Wichita State. So Emmanuel now 1 win away from CBS Sports Network. First team to advance here in the winner's bracket on the men's side. Very surprising after Wichita State had dominated this event. Emmanuel, though, a very, very talented team. No surprise to put up a fight. But sweep shoot 258. And now just, as we said, 1 win away from their spot on TV competing for the Helmer Cup. Other updates, Indiana Tech 3-0. St. Ambrose is going to be up 2-1 against Mount Mercy. Midland up 2-1 against McHenry. Wichita State up 2-1 against Wisconsin Whitewater Women's Division. McHenry up 3-0 against Newman, looking for the sweep. Louisiana Tech did collect the sweep on 31 and 32. So that one is over. So a couple sweeps here in round 4. Question in the chat from Mindy. They are going to bowl next round. They'll be back at it. Wichita State moving to the elimination bracket due to the double elimination format. They had not lost yet, so they'll be back on the lanes next round. But any more losses for the Wichita State men's team and their run comes to an end. How about Emmanuel, though? Impressive performance. So update here, game number 4, Mount Mercy and North Carolina A&T. North Carolina A&T up 2-1. Their last 2 games, 289 and 246. That was an open in frame number 6 for North Carolina A&T. Their second open, they have 100 in the 6th. That's 710 in the 6th frame as well for Mount Mercy. They're at 126, so that was their first open. They had a 3-bagger in there. They were working on a 3-bagger before that 710. So they're up 26 starting the 7th frame. Oh, triple 4. North Carolina A&T looking to get back into it. Light hit in the 7th for Mount Mercy. This is frame number 8 for North Carolina A&T. Nice bounce back, bringing the double after the open in the 6th. Getting back in this one, getting back into game 4. Striking the 8th from Mount Mercy. With that single pin in the 9th frame, the 10 pin. Max score now with the spare conversion for North Carolina A&T is 199. Mount Mercy can fill some frames here in the 9th and the 10th. Going to even this match up at 2 apiece. Quite a finish. There's a strike in the 9th. Good count. First out of the 10th will officially lock it up. North Carolina A&T can't strike out. On 1 and 2, Indiana Tech and William Penn went strike for strike down the stretch. William Penn trying to hang on and continue that particular match. They were down 3-0. Indiana Tech, it's a 204-200 win, so Indiana Tech moves on in their first ITC appearance. William Penn, fantastic William Penn team, by the way, as well. It's going to be heading home. A lot of seniors on that team as well for the Statesmen. So Indiana Tech with the sweep. They're now in the top 6. Mount Mercy is going to get this game here. We're going to be tied at 2 apiece. Wichita State's going to go up 3-1 against Wisconsin Whitewater in the women's division on 23 and 24. McKendree is going to sweep Newman over on 27 and 28. It's a matter of final score. So 2 sweeps on the women's side, 2 on the men's side here in round 4. And 2 sweeps on the women's side, both elimination bracket matches. So a big shout out to Newman and Baker University for a great run here at the 2021 ITC. On the men's side, Wichita State heading to the elimination bracket after being swept by Emmanuel. So as we mentioned, Emmanuel 1 win away from CBS Sports Network. Wichita State still has the opportunity to capture a couple of victories in the elimination bracket, and then Indiana Tech with the sweep over William Penn. So William Penn eliminated. So congratulations to the Statesmen. Another fantastic showing here at the ITC. Great team. It's going to be rough not seeing some of those players back in the coming years. That's a fun team to watch. That's a great team. A lot of team chemistry with them. So that's the tough part about this week. We talk about all the excitement, the drama, but that's the tough part of this week. All right, folks, a little hiccup there with the internet, but hopefully up and running. Once again, we'll be back to the Mount Mercy, North Carolina A&T match in a little bit. We'll catch the conclusion here of Game 5. For McKendree and Midland, this is a elimination bracket match tied 2 apiece. Only one women's match left ongoing at the moment. That is the Mount Mercy, North Carolina A&T match. Louisiana Tech and McKendree sweeping in the contenders bracket. So Newman and Baker eliminated. And then Wichita State defeated Wisconsin Whitewater 4-1. So the Warhawks now will go to the elimination bracket. Wichita State 1 win away from CBS Sports Network. The men's side, Emmanuel sweeping Wichita State. Wichita State now going to the elimination bracket. In the men's division, Emmanuel 1 win away from CBS Sports Network, and then Indiana Tech eliminating William Penn 4-0. This just got a little interesting here. 3 in a row for McKendree to set up the 10th, but the 6-8. If they don't make this, they're going to be in the low 180s. Depending on how many they get. If they get 0, then 179, but if they get 1, it's 181. With that spare there, Midland on a 175 pace. So if they can find a double in here, the 9th and the 10th, they can take the 3-2 advantage. Looks like McKendree may wait to see what they want to do next. Ninth frame. There's one. McKendree was to make the 6-8. It'll be in the low 190s. That'd be a win regardless, or not quite, but it'll make it much tougher. But gonna need this first strike here for Midland. Otherwise, they're going to be in the 170s with a spare. Light mixer not going to fall. Not going to get the 7. Kendry's going to take this game. All right. Kendry's going to be up 3-2. Looks like we're a little farther along on 9 and 10, so maybe we'll head over there real quick before we get back to North Carolina A&T and Mount Mercy. So this is a winner's bracket matchup. St. Ambrose up on the right lane, lane 10. Up 3-2. Let's see if we can get the scenario for you. All right, that was St. Ambrose's 8th frame. They had a strike in the 7th. That strike we saw from Mount Mercy made it a double in the 5th and the 6th. They had 2 early opens. So they'll be stepping up in frame 7 here. Excuse me, this one is 3-1. I've seen a few of those. We've seen some hits unique to this place, it seems like. Got some of those mixer 7s, those devastating ring 10s. Spare in the 8th. With the spare for Mount Mercy. .207. Right, 209, excuse me. The missed 7-pin, however, drops the max down to 197 now. 9th frame for St. Ambrose. They're pacing 190. 193. So if they can find a double here in the 9th and the 10th, nothing Mount Mercy can do. 9th frame. Oh. Late. Flying messenger on that 8-pin. You get those hits as a first-team All-American. Nathan Stubler. Hit for Mount Mercy. Going to take it. Keeps you in the mix. Keeps you in the mix. But St. Ambrose can get into the 2-0s here if they're able to get this strike to kick off the 10th frame. Cameron Crow. Let's see what he's got. I didn't have to say much there. They kind of did it for me. Still need good count here. Still need good count to lock this up. Since Mount Mercy got the hit in the 9th. So again, they're max 197. 213 still out there for St. Ambrose. This one will get it. Running it out. St. Ambrose 1 win away from CBS Sports Network. Emmanuel and St. Ambrose. One win away here. Let's go. Head over to the women's match. Mount Mercy will be in the elimination bracket now on the men's side. All right, this one, not too much drama left in this one. North Carolina A&T, that was a strike to kick off the 10th. They're already into the two teams. The max for Mount Mercy with the 9th and 10th to go, 190. So North Carolina A&T is going to win this one 4-2. And now both the men's and the women's division we know who is in position. The teams that are one win away from competing for a national title. On CBS Sports Network in the men's division, Emmanuel and St. Ambrose. They'll be back in round 6 with the teams that come out of the elimination bracket from each side. The teams that do make it out of the elimination bracket will have to defeat either Emmanuel or St. Ambrose twice in the men's side in order to make the show. Still best of 7, still Baker, Emmanuel, St. Ambrose, men's side. Still in the mix. On the women's side, North Carolina A&T and Wichita State find themselves in the same position. They'll be back in round 6 and will have the opportunity to have a buffer match if needed, a mulligan, if you will, to put themselves in the title match. On the women's side, with Louisiana Tech winning, defeating Baker, they're now going to face Wisconsin Whitewater in round number 5. McKendree with the win over Newman. They're going to take on Mount Mercy. That's on the women's side. On the men's side, we mentioned Indiana Tech defeating William Penn. They're going to take on Wichita State. And then Mount Mercy, who just lost that matchup against St. Ambrose, they're going to be back on the lanes. They're going to face the winner of McKendree and Midland. So let's go back there. All right, here we go. We're back at it. Game 6. McKendree up 3-2. And 1 win away. So after this match is decided, 6 teams. So for a few of these teams in the winners bracket who lost, a very quick turnaround. So have to have a mindset that, you know what, it's over, can't do anything about it. Got to move on to the next one. Can't spend too much time lingering about it, thinking about it. More business is at hand. Trouble there in frame 6 for McKendree. Midland has, inside the 4th frame, has been solid, has filled frames. Now the only match going across the house. Ninth and 10th frame left to go. Midland on a 2-0 pace. Still a max score 225. 214 still available, a couple frames behind for McKendree. Great shot, rings the 10. Light 2 in the 7th for McKendree, and we appear to be heading to 7. .204 now on the max score. Double in the 10th locks it up. Forces a game 7 here. One more hit for Midland here. Gonna be in business. Technically, any non-strike from McKendree will also officially close this game out. And, yep, that's going to be enough here. Midland forcing game 7. Both of these teams lost their initial matchups and have won back-to-back matches here on Friday at Spectrum. Midland went to 7 against Lawrence Tech. McKendree went to 7 against St. Francis, Illinois. And now they're both going to go to 7. Coming up next here on Bowl TV. This is still have all the channels streaming. We'll probably be getting rid of a couple channels here just based off of pairs in use moving forward after we complete this round, but it looks like next round we'll have some matches on the men's side on 5 and 6 and 9 and 10. On the women's side, 19 and 20 and 23 and 24. They'll flip those pairs for round 6. Same on the men. So we'll have a couple pairs and channels removed here after this round. Just knowing we're only going to a handful of pairs. Question about next round, and Kayla's got the answer there. Scheduled for 5 p.m. Eastern, might be a little bit later because these players might not be done by 5 p.m. based off of this current rate for one more match. We will allow the team some time to warm up, usually a 15-minute warm up session. So probably going to be pretty quick. Everybody's in the building already. So we'll go into practice and go from there. So after this round, just 6 teams remain. Then after round 5, 4. Potentially after round 6, 2. 204 is going to be enough for Midland. They're going to be heading over to lane 14. It's best of 7 now. A sprint to 1. Both teams huddling up here. Some discussions about the season, what this moment's all about for the seniors for both teams. Side of a tie. One team's going home, and potentially have a few student athletes having their collegiate careers come to an end. The 40-lane Spectrum Entertainment Complex here on this side of the venue. Just 2 teams left, game 7. Spare for each to start, strike for McHenry in the second. Midland with the match. We are sitting right behind these teams here, so getting a unique look here. Nothing too crazy. Teams pretty laid back at the moment. Oh. That was a 9-pin right there. The miscue there for him. Midland in the third. Chance for some momentum. McKendry in the fourth. They know what just happened out there. They want to continue on. It's the bounce back here for Midland. Oh. Looking at back-to-back opens potentially here. 4-7-10. Kendry can get the momentum here. Oh, crossing over for the double. .257 in the fourth. Violent high fives there. 3 in a row for the Bearcats. We're going to see what Midland's made of the back half of this game. Just a little energy. Going to need a few more just like that. McKendry might not let him get any momentum. 4 in a row. Kendry going to get up next here, 8th frame. Can they make it 5 in a row? Oh. .237 still out there for Midland with the rest of them. Kendry could fill the next 2 frames. Be in the 240s. Added another one. Just got to keep plugging away. 9th frame for the Bearcats. What got that 10? That is that hit right there is pretty much going to wrap it up. Good count here. They're in the 240s. Correction on that. Good count here. They're in the upper 230s. So Mark officially wraps it up here for McKendree. Can they add another one? There it is, McKendree moving on. What about the fight from this Midland team, though? We're in a must-strike situation after frame 4, essentially. Went up there, kept delivering strike after strike. Kennedy just never gave him a chance. How about that for a game 7? Seven-bagger. From McKendree. On their way to 257. Midland going to be in the 220s. If you told them shooting 220 this game, probably feel pretty good about it, but that's why this game can be so crazy sometimes, folks. 257, 226. McKendree wins this 4-3 in the best-of-7 Baker format to advance to round 5. So, folks, that means it's time. We're going to start making some adjustments here with the cameras we have across the house. So, as we get ready for this next round, round 5, we don't have an official start time yet, but as soon as we do, we will let you know. Round 5 coming up next year on Bowl TV.
Teams competing in round 5. Round 5 practice will begin in approximately 30 minutes. Once again, round 5 practice will begin in approximately 30 minutes. At this time, surface adjustments are allowed in both the men's and women's divisions. And that concludes round 4 of match play in the ITC Championship. Teams competing in round 5. Round 5 practice will begin in approximately 30 minutes. Again, round 5.
Well, folks, you heard it there. The approximate start time for practice 30 minutes from right now. So right around 5:25 p.m. Eastern, practice starting up for round number 5, our matchups. Going to be another round of elimination bracket matches. We'll have 4 of them, 2 in the men, 2 in the women's division. On lanes 9 and 10, we will have Indiana Tech taking on Wichita State in the men's division. On lanes 5 and 6, we'll have Mount Mercy against McKendree. McKendree just off of that win in Game 7. In the women's division, McKendree women will be taking on Mount Mercy on 23 and 24. Then Louisiana Tech will be taking on Wisconsin Whitewater on 19 and 20. The teams still in the winner's bracket on the women's side, North Carolina A&T and Wichita State, they'll be back in round 6. On the men's side, St. Ambrose and Emmanuel will be back in round 6. But, folks, we're going to start getting ready for this next round. As we said, we're going to take away a couple of shots here since we don't need them. But we will be back. We'll be ready to go. Round 5 coming up next year on Bowl TV. So thank you again for joining us here for the 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships from Spectrum Lanes in Wyoming, Michigan. I'm Aaron Smith, and we'll see you for round 5 at approximately 5:25 p.m. Eastern. The good news, PWBA should be kicking off in about 3 minutes. So head on over, spend some time with Emil Williams Jr. and Mike Flanagan, and we'll be back in just a little bit.
Teams, please switch lanes for the remaining 7.5 minutes of practice. Teams practice is now ended. Please hold up on all practice shots. Once again, practice is now ended. Please hold up on all practice balls. The USBC Collegiate Program would like to thank our gold industry partners, Storm and Rotogrip. We would also like to thank our silver industry partners, Motive and 900 Global. We would like to thank Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the Intercollegiate Team Championships, Dexter Shoes, the #1 bowling shoe in the world, and a special thank you to the official live scoring provider of the Intercollegiate Team Championships, Merit Internet Booking Solutions. Athletes, your lanes are now on for match play competition. Good luck and good bowling. 1, 2, 3, shot!
All right, everybody, we are back here at the 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships. Round number 5. 4 matches ongoing here at the Spectrum Entertainment Complex. 2 in the men's division and 2 in the women's. These matchups will determine essentially who wins the elimination bracket on each side, and will have an opportunity to go against one of the undefeated squads as they look to earn a spot on CBS Sports Network to tomorrow, taping 4 shows to air over 4 Tuesdays in May and into June. And we're going to start here on 9 and 10. We'll hop around as things develop, but we're going to take a look at the men's side first. Wichita State and Indiana Tech. Other matches ongoing at the moment on lanes 5 and 6. We have Mount Mercy and McKendree. Over on the women's side, lanes 19 and 20. Louisiana Tech taking on Wisconsin Whitewater. And then on 23 and 24, Mount Mercy taking on McKendree. We do have cameras on every pair, so you can flip through the channel navigation. As you can see, the PWBA Tour also going on, the Greater Cleveland Open. With Emil Williams Jr. and Mike Flanagan on the call there with the best stars of the PWBA Tour. Once again, best of 7 Baker format. We are down to 6 teams left in the men's and 6 teams left in the women's divisions. The teams not competing right now on the men's side, Emmanuel and St. Ambrose. They are both in the envious position of having to win just one more match to earn their spot in the finals and compete for the Helmer Cup. The teams competing on the lanes right now on the men's side, as we mentioned, Wichita State and Indiana Tech and Mount Mercy and McKendree. We're going to be looking to knock off one of those 2 teams twice. The winner of the Indiana Tech-Wichita State matchup will face Emmanuel. So for Wichita State, there's a chance at a little redemption because in the last round, Emmanuel swept the Shockers. I have to say one of the bigger surprises, not that Emmanuel swept, but Wichita State getting swept. They had been the dominant team so far in this event by far throughout qualifying, throughout match play. I did not see them getting swept. Emmanuel, a fantastic team. Lots of firepower on Emmanuel. No surprise they put up a fight, but Wichita State getting swept as good as they've been in this tournament. Now they've had to sit around. They were done early. That last round lasted for a while. So they've been thinking about it. Indiana Tech has had the longest run of, I believe, let's see. Looks like on the men's side, Indiana Tech and McKendree both started today in the elimination bracket. Each of them now has won 3 consecutive matches to get here, and a 4th to have a chance at CBS Sports Network. St. Ambrose will face the winner of McKendree and Mount Mercy. On the women's side, North Carolina A&T and Wichita State are waiting for round 6. North Carolina A&T will face the winner of McKendree and Mount Mercy. North Carolina knocked off both those teams on the road to round 6, so a couple of teams looking for redemption against the Aggies. And for Wichita State, they'll face the winner of Louisiana Tech and Wisconsin Whitewater. Similar fashion, Wichita State sending both of those teams to the elimination bracket. Live scoring is available here, courtesy of our friends at Merrick. That's what we're using to keep tabs on these games. We've been running down scenarios. Let's talk business here as we're past the halfway point of game number 1. Here on 9 and 10, Indiana Tech, this is their 6th frame, looking for another spare to stay clean. No problem on the 10 pin. They have just 1 strike, though. For Wichita State, this is their 9th frame. They are working on a strike. They had 1 open early. So a couple frames ahead, but technically down in the match. Oh. Tomahawk the 9, courtesy of Alec Keplinger, who's going to be on the ISC show. So that was the double they needed to get ahead. But once again, with the pace being a little bit different, Indiana Tech is going to have an opportunity here. With the spare, their max score, 222. Best Wichita State can get to is 216. But with that spare, that means 4 consecutive strikes would be needed. If Brandon Biondo is able to throw a couple strikes now for the Shockers, gets the first one, 3 in a row. All right, there's a spare in the 7th. Clean through 7, just 1 strike. On the women's side, Louisiana Tech is going to take a 1-0 advantage over Wisconsin Whitewater. A little bit too early in the McKendree-Mount Mercy match. Actually, we have 2 McKendree-Mount Mercy matches, so I have to be specific. Agreeable for both. Too close to call. Strike in the 8th. So Indiana Tech can still step up here in the 9th and the 10th and shut out. Second shot of the 10th. Getting a couple more up there, so good on the count. Brandon's able to make it. That's going to be 204. And with the miss there, Max drops to 202. So Biondo needs any pin here. Any pin locks up. Game 1 for Wichita State. All right, that's 1. 203 is going to be enough. 203 is a winner. Wichita State in the books. Up 1-0. Gonna be close heading into the 10th between McKendree and Mount Mercy on the women's side, or on the men's side. on the women's side. Mount Mercy can cover their spare in frame number 9. Going to have the advantage and be in pretty good position to go up 1-0 on the Bearcats. Good count on the first shot of the 10th frame for the Mount Mercy women. They're going to go up 1-0 against McKendree. The McKendree men, good position to take the 1-0 advantage. Just a couple pins, 5 pins on the fill ball for McKendree. Men will be up 1-0 against Mount Mercy. Many great sponsors to thank here for the 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships. Of course, to thank our gold industry partner, Storm. Storm delivers high-performance bowling balls for your needs. Proud sponsor here of the ITC and ISC. Of course, you can learn more at stormbowling.com, or you can visit your VIP Pro Shop to learn more about their equipment line, apparel, bowling balls, accessories, and more. So a big thank you to Storm for their continued support of collegiate bowling and helping build a future for the sport. Final score, Mount Mercy women versus McKendree, 164-156. Mount Mercy Mustangs with the victory. As we mentioned, Louisiana Tech up 1-0 on Wisconsin Whitewater. Score of game 1, 203-187. Wichita State up 1-0 against Indiana Tech. And McKendree a 166-160 win versus Mount Mercy, the other men's matchup. Pretty cool to think about it. We got 6 teams left in each division. And between Wichita State, Mount Mercy, and McKendree, each of those programs still have a men's and women's team in the field. So speaks very highly to the coaching, the development, the programs, which is pretty awesome. Conversely, if we look at a team like Indiana Tech, this is their first ITC appearance. On the women's side, we could say the same about Louisiana Tech. First-time participants still in the mix here in the final 6. Looking to make it to the top 4. Fifth frame for Indiana Tech on lane number 9, leaving the 2-8. Once again, they're clean. They're filling their frames, but haven't been able to pair up strikes just yet. Turning a double for Wichita State. And open again in the second. They had a double in the 4th and the 5th. This is their 6th frame at the moment. Indiana Tech with the spare still clean. They're going to hold a small advantage here heading into the 6th frame. Spare for the Shockers. Means the Warriors up 3 pins. They can put up a strike in the 6th and the 7th, would expand it to 13. Messenger does not connect. Now 2-pin match. Advantage Indiana Tech. Wichita up 1-0, however. Just 1 round left to go today. Scheduled start time was originally 7 p.m. Eastern. But unless we have some very quick matches, see that being a little bit later. Three 6-10 for Indiana Tech in the 7th frame. Wisconsin Whitewater in good position to tie things up 1-1 against Louisiana Tech. A little bit too early to call in both McHenry Mount Mercy matchups. Strike in the 8th for Wichita, spare in the 7th for Indiana Tech. So if they, essentially this is an even match right now. The difference is Wichita State already has the strike. Indiana Tech looking to get the strike. They haven't struck since the 3rd frame. But Wichita State going to get up here first, going to bowl their 9th. They like to bowl fast. They don't mess around. And they get a double. Set up the 10th. For the veteran of the group, Brandon Biondo, 224 still out there for Wichita State. Same max score for Indiana Tech. This is their 8th frame. Trying to keep it even. They're on the board. First shot of the 10th. 210. Wow. Didn't make it up the hill. 9th frame Indiana Tech. They do get the double. 202 now the max. With the spare. And they don't get it at 190. Nine or more on the first shot, Indiana Tech. evens it up. That is the and more in that equation. All right, we're 1-1 here. McKendree men are looking pretty good so far through 7 to go up 2-0 on Mount Mercy. Game 2 officially in the books for Wisconsin Whitewater and Louisiana Tech as 1-1. The women's McKendree Mount Mercy match way too close. Way too close through 7. Final tally 223-190. TJ Rock getting things going. Oh. I haven't seen pins fly around like that. I haven't seen that at Spectrum Entertainment Complex this week. TJ Rock throwing pins everywhere. My goodness. It's violent pin carry. I like it. Some updates on the McKendree Mount Mercy matchups. Once again, 2 of them going on, 1 in each division. On the men's side, Bearcats have put some distance between themselves and Mount Mercy. That one's locked up. They're up 2-0. McKendree up 2-0 against Mount Mercy in the men's division. Pretty close match. Actually, potential for a tie on 23 and 24 between the women's programs. Mount Mercy up 1-0. McKendree just left a single pin in the 10th. Mount Mercy did the same, so if they both spare, Let's see if we can get over there really quick. If they both spare, and then fill ball would determine that matchup. Let's see if we can get over there in time. So this is a tie possibility. First things first, both have to make their spares. Technically, if they both missed, we would have been in the same boat. McHenry with the spare. So now they're at 182 with a spare in the 10th. McHenry makes theirs. They would be at 182 with a spare in the 10th. As you can see, that is the same score and the same scenario. No problem there. So it's going to come down to the fill ball. And whoever steps up first is going to dictate what the other team needs. It's going to be McHenry. Strike, and they can't lose. Once again, you can't get ties. You can get half a points. There's the strike, 202. They're getting at least a half. Mount Mercy strikes. This match will be 1.5 to a half. Anything less than a strike, they're tied at 1 apiece. So excellent big time shot there in the end for McHenry. Let's see if Mount Mercy can match. Here's a strike. That's a strike. We got a tie. We just love a little tie here. 1.5 to a half. Mount Mercy holds the advantage. All right, let's get an update here at the match we've been watching. This match 1-1. Indiana Tech opened the first. They had a split. They've stayed clean. That was a spare in the 6th. 2 strikes, but no doubles. 88 in the 5th with a spare in the 6th. Wichita State, an open in the 2nd. This is their 8th frame. They've been clean since then. They do have a double. 110 in the 6th, spare in the 7th. Now a strike in the 8th. So once again, Wichita State doesn't mind getting ahead of its opponents. They like to bowl quick. They like to keep pace. Indiana Tech strike in the 7th. Taking a look at max scores at the very moment. Indiana Tech does have a higher potential. Not by much. Still a close match here. This is 9th frame now, Wichita. That wall 7 hit that doesn't catch. Eighth frame. Warriors. Oh, from way downtown. Spare no problem for Wichita. Their max now 200 even. Indiana Tech wasting no time. Ninth frame, looking for 3 in a row. Get them to tumble. All right, let's do the scenarios here for the 10th. I mentioned 200 max for Wichita State. 228 still out there for Indiana Tech, so they need a mark. Any type of mark here. Indiana Tech's going to go up 2-1. Wisconsin Whitewater is going to go up 2-1 against Louisiana Tech. Here's the first shot in the 10th. Indiana Tech. 4-7's fine. 4-7's makeable. They would need this conversion and then 5 pins to shut out Wichita State. Scenario does not change with that strike. Wichita State needs them all. But now, just 5 pins. Indiana Tech going up 2-1. Again, just one more round to go here on Bowl TV after we finish this round here. Our winners will be back. Take on the undefeated teams in the winners bracket. So Wichita State's going to take the opportunity. 204 finish for the win. Indiana Tech up 2-1. They're going to bring in a sub, take a few different looks at some different players here. Try and figure out the right fit here for this time, this moment. So again, we talked about this Wichita State team having a nice mix of veteran leadership and strong star power on the youth side. So finding the right mix is key. And official tally 204, 189, Indiana Tech. Game 4 coming up next. McKendree in good position early on to even up its matchup against Mount Mercy in the women's division. Started off with the front 5. Still a little tough to tell, but McKendree men can strike out in the 9th or the 10th, and they won't have to worry about what Mount Mercy does for the rest of the game. They're 2 frames ahead at the moment. 254 the max score. 237 is all Mount Mercy has out there. With the nice cover comes the energy. Riley Howe. Let's go. 3, 6, 7, 10. Not holding back. Keeps Wichita State clean through 2. The McKendree men opened the 10th frame to shoot 220. Mount Mercy, only through 7 frames, can still shoot 237, but they can't miss in the 8th, the 9th, or the first shot of the 10th now. They did not strike in frame 8. So the McKendree men are going up 3-0. The McKendree women officially have taken game number 3. That match is going to be tied up 1.5 to 1.5. Louisiana Tech looking to even things up in game 4 against Wisconsin Whitewater. Have struck on 6 out of 7 shots. McKendree men up 3-0 against Mount Mercy. In this matchup we're watching right now, Indiana Tech up 2-1 against Wichita State. Once again, these are all elimination bracket matches. After this round, we will have 4 teams left in both divisions. And potentially, after round 6, we'll be down to 2. It's going to be up to the teams in the elimination bracket. If they can knock off the undefeated teams, we'll have an if necessary round tomorrow morning, bright and early, 7 a.m., prior to the taping of the TV shows. So, chance for some more excitement on Bowl TV. Double for Wichita State after the open in the 3rd. Spare in the 5th after the double for Indiana Tech. Once again, these teams battling out here at Spectrum Entertainment Complex, Wyoming, Michigan, just outside the greater Grand Rapids area. Big thank you to the West Michigan Sports Commission, the Host Convention and Visitors Bureau, for their support this week for the event, for the student athletes, the teams, the coaches, and the staff. Oh, come on, 9-pin. What are you doing, 9-pin? Nice cover there by TJ Reich. Never fun to shoot at the 3, 6, 9, 10. What the? You guys see that? What? Huh? How did that happen? Did you guys see the bowling ball fly back? For Indiana Tech there? That was something else. Striking the 7 from Indiana Tech. Just the one open in frame number 2. 114 in the 6th with the strike in the 7th. This is the 8th frame for Wichita State, and they are down at the moment. Even with the spare there in the 8th. Indiana Tech up 9 as they get ready for the 8th frame, and they can push it to 19 with a strike here in frame 8. Messenger comes flying across, doesn't connect. Still going to be 9 pins here with the spare. Wichita State up in the 9th. That wall 7 has been tougher and tougher to come by here. Spare in frame 8. So right now, Indiana Tech in a position to just match Wichita State. Once again, they'll go up 3-1. Louisiana Tech ties it up, shooting .255 in Game 4 against Wisconsin Whitewater. Nice break there for the Warriors, just leaving the 1-2. So again, with the spare, they just have to match. Nothing too crazy here. Math-wise, at least for us. 10th frame, Brandon Biondo, Wichita State. Gonna get the first one. If he gets the double, that's important. Double and count right now, looking at the scenario. See if they get the spare, no problem. So 152 in the 8th, spare in the 9th. Once again, still got a match. Looks like Biondo is going to step up first here. If he doubles, Indiana Tech's going to have to match. Big opportunity here for a strike for Wichita. Oh, how good is that? Oh. Some fire there from Brandon Biondo, and just like that, this one outside of count. Count is still important. So that's actually going to be 170, 190 with the spare and strike. So 7 pins here. 7 pins now. We're tied at 2 apiece. 7 or more, I should say. So you get more than 7. 193, enough for the victory. We're tied after 4. It's now a best of 3. Our other men's matchup, McKendree up 3-0, and they're keeping up the pace we've seen these past few games where they get ahead just in the match in general, but they throw some strikes as well. And they're getting amped up there on 5 and 6. They've now struck on 6 of their first 7. .193, 189. We're tied 2 apiece. Very close between McKendree and Louisiana. That's not right. McKendree and Mount Mercy, excuse me. Scoreboard said something a little different there. In the women's side, that one tied at 1.5 to 1/2. So potentially looking at 3 matches that are going to be currently dead even. The potential of McKendree on the men's side to sweep Mount Mercy. The Mount Mercy women are able to convert their spare in the 9th frame. They're going to be up by at least 6 pins against McKendree. That match tied 1.5 to 1.5. Once again, we have a match that it's kind of tough to tell. The Mount Mercy men are in no hurry to bowl. McKendree is pushing the pace and striking. McKendree men can still get to 243 with the 8th, 9th, and 10th to go. Mount Mercy still has 245 out there, but there is little to no room to miss, and they just had about the slowest falling 9-pin I've ever seen. They're in can't miss territory. McKendry's already into the 230s. Now make it 240. So Mount Mercy can't miss. Well, their men's season has come to a close here at the ITC. Mount Mercy did not get the hit in the 9th. The McKendree men are going to sweep this matchup 4-0. And they are going to square off with with St. Ambrose next. Mount Mercy will have to win 2 matches to make it back to the ITC finals, a place they have spent a bunch of time in the past couple of years. We got one more tough test ahead of them. St. Ambrose, 3-0 so far in competition this week. Best of 7 Baker format. That's going to be coming up in round 6. We have one matchup set. There's a strike in the 6th from Wichita State. And the Greek Church in the 5th coming back. So right now, this matchup tied at 2 apiece. Wichita State clean through 6, working on a strike. Up in the 7th. A second open there in the 5th for Indiana Tech. Oh, what? Oh, through the nose. Parts the Red Sea. Double. Wichita State has the early control, has the advantage. Wisconsin Whitewater is going to take a 3-2 advantage over Louisiana Tech. High scoring game for both. Oh. Okay, Wichita. You're getting chippy out there. You're getting chippy out there after 3 in a row. Indiana Tech a little more reserved after that. The Warriors a little more reserved after that. Mount Mercy women up 2.5 to 1.5 over McKendree. Wisconsin Whitewater now up 3-2 against Louisiana Tech. Wichita State and Indiana Tech Tied 2 apiece. So the 10th frame already for Wichita. 2-pin there. Max score 227. This one's over. Wichita State's going up 3-2. Just a matter of final score. All right, with this one, let's go check out Wisconsin Whitewater and Louisiana Tech. That's game 6. We still got a couple frames to go here, so we'll be back to this one. In just a little bit. Whitewater on lane 19 to the left, Louisiana Tech in the red to the right on 20. Whitewater up 3-2. Louisiana Tech started off with a double for that 10-pin. That was Wisconsin Whitewater's second frame. They got an early double. So with this spare, Whitewater would have 3 strikes and 9 spare in the 4th. Louisiana Tech has started double, 9 spare, 8 spare, strike in the 5th. They're back to the top of the lineup. This is their 6th frame. Can't get the 7 out. Slight early advantage to Whitewater, but a lot of game left to go here. Fifth frame light, 2-pin. So again, this is game 6. So Tech is able to win. We'll have one more to go. They'll be tied 3 apiece. This is frame 7 for the Bulldogs. And 2-4-10. Neither team has an open yet. First split we've seen up there. Whitewater stepping up for their 6th frame. Oh, how good was that? The 2 on the spare. 133 in the 7th for Louisiana Tech. Whitewater's getting ready for frame 7 themselves. It's be a huge double. Baby split. 3-10. Eighth frame, Tech. Oh, back-to-back splits. Earlier this week, we were joined by Andrew Anderson. We talked about how the 310 at times seems impossible without having that 6-pin up there. This be a huge cover. Textbook. Louisiana Tech aggressive at the spare. You got to be. But just get the 141 in the 8th. Their max score now 201. The strikes in the 9th and the 10th. Whitewater on a 2-team pace and split in the 8th. They could just marked out. It's a little trickier now. Caitlin Eder. Tosses the strike in the 9th. This one is not over. Kendry is going to tie up the match against Mount Mercy, 2.5 to 2.5 over on 23 and 24 in the women's division. But take the 2. Whitewater now with 164 in the 8th. If they mark out, decent count, they'll be at 204. Best Tech can do is 201. Whitewater not going to waste time here. 9th frame. Needs a mark. Oh, late trip at the 10. Spare 8 would be enough for Whitewater to move on to the next round and eliminate Louisiana Tech. Tech appears in no hurry to get up there. I think they're going to let this happen here. See if they're going to have an opportunity. Strike wins it. 3-6. All right, the spare scenario now up on the board. Spare 8. Shuts out. Earlier in this event, so Delaware State chop a 3-6 in a similar position. That was game 7, though, where it needed We have a strike on the fill ball to win by 1. Chopped it. Whitewater. No chop. 8. 8 is the number. 202 is enough. Tech is going to get up there now. Must strike situation. 2-pin in. That's it. Whitewater. Whitewater has eliminated Louisiana Tech. They have just set up a rematch with Wichita State in round 6. Into the top 4 goes Wisconsin Whitewater. What a run for Louisiana Tech, though. Making their first ITC appearance. Could say the same about the Mount Mercy men. Making their first ITC appearance since 2013. Both teams eliminated here. We still have 2 more teams, unfortunately, to send home this round. Let's go back to the Wichita State Indiana Tech matchup. Because we still got some time over there on 23 and 24 for that tie. This one's 3-2 advantage. Wichita State, that spare in the 8th frame. Indiana Tech, this is their 9th. So that's a double in the 8th and the 9th now for Indiana Tech. Max for Wichita State as they get ready for their 9th, 206. Indiana Tech would need the first hit in the 10th. For the chance to shut out. Keplinger with the strike. Shockers up 3-2. Strike all but puts us to 7 and through the break point 5. Oh, this opens up a lot of scenarios. A ton of scenarios. Brandon Biondo can put Wichita State in a position to win with a strike here. He's going to go up here, first shot of the 10th. 197 still out there for Indiana Tech with the spare and a strike on the fill, but got to make it first. 206 out there, 2-pin. It wiggles, it doesn't fall. Max now for Wichita, 186. However, if Indiana Tech does not make this, if they were to get 4, which if you're getting 4, you're probably getting 5. It'd be 185. Which means with that spare, Wichita State shoot 186. Are they going to bring in a sub for this? They're going to bring in a sub for this. Holy cow, coming off the bench to shoot the washout to extend the match to 7. They're going to do this right here. What a pressure moment. Wow. They're going to bring in one of their left-handers to shoot it like a strike. I had no idea how many shots he's gotten. Oh, around it. That's the 4. That's 185. Wichita State can win this with a strike. Strike. Wichita State wins 4-2. Sends Indiana Tech home. 9, we have a tie. We go one more. 3.5, 2.5. Anything less, 3-3. We go into 7 for the win. Wichita. That's a 2-8 or 3-9. That is a 3-9, 184. 1 pin win for Indiana Tech. We're going to 7. Taking a quick look at the McKendree Mount Mercy women's matchup, tied at 2.5 apiece. McKendree off to a strong start, way ahead in the match. Time frame, they're already into frame 6. They had a 4-bagger in there. Mount Mercy doesn't even have 4 frames in yet, but they started off with back-to-back splits, 2 opens, spare, and just added a strike in the 4th. What? Are you kidding me? A 2-8-10 turned into a strike? What a hit. Wow. Not one you see every day. Game 7, folks. Indiana Tech, Wichita State. Indiana Tech's first shot. Oh, get down with it. Have a little fun. And then serious. Third frame for Wichita. Turns it into a double. We saw a little chattering earlier. Looks like all business now on the Wichita State side. This is the 4th for Wichita, working on a double. Going to leave the 4-pin. Just the second frame right here for Indiana Tech. The strike to kick things off. That was my bad, folks. Second time I've done that this week. Made the switch, but did not get all the way there. So now that we're back, Wichita State getting ready for frame number 5. Has gone spare, double, 9 spare in the 4th. Strike in the 5th. All business here. This is the 3rd frame for Indiana Tech. They have went strike, spare, second spare, 3rd frame. Both teams clean so far. Wichita State, a few frames ahead. Back to the top of the lineup, TJ Rock. Gets the hit, makes it a double. Seventh frame for Wichita. 3-6-10. Crossover in the fourth for Indiana Tech. Clean through 4. See if they can turn that hit into a double. But they're taking their time. They're in no hurry here in this game 7. Wichita State, through watching them throughout the season, likes moving fast. Woo! Just enough of that. Stay clean through 7. Pair of doubles. Indiana Tech, can they get their first one? Don't get the double, but catch the break on the 2-pin. Going to be 3.5, 2.5. McKendree over Mount Mercy. At least one more left to go there if McKendree can win. Wichita State they're gonna be up in the 8th already. 8th frame. Indiana Tech clean, but no doubles up there. Max score right now for Indiana Tech, 249. 246 the max for Wichita State. They're a few frames ahead. They're closer to it. They would need 3 strikes in a row here to catch up to where Wichita State is at right now. Now 4 if they get it. Oh, Keplinger. That's the 3rd double. 246 still out there for Wichita. So at this point, Brandon Biondo can step up, throw 3 strikes in the 10th. Indiana Tech would have to get to the fill ball. No misses between here and there. 6th frame. They are up on the approach. I need hustle. 210. That might. Biondo can shut the door right here. Wichita State can win it right here. Something didn't feel right. Gonna reset. If Indiana Tech can pick it up, they can still get to 237, which means Wichita State would have to double to officially shut out. Biondo reset. He's going to go up there. First shot of the 10th. Comes in light. 2-4. 224 now the max score for Wichita State. So if they make it, once again, they have a chance to get to 237. If they get 0, they're at 105. 106. Oh, put it in front of it. Put it in front of it. So 106 in the 6th. They can still get to 226. So regardless of what Wichita State does here, they make the spare. Indiana Tech has the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th frame to go. They are not out of this. They have 226 left. Cannot miss, though. There's one. Cannot miss. Eighth frame here. Have to strike. Just got to keep making it one at a time here. Can't get ahead of yourself. 6-10, that's going to do it. Wichita State's going to win this in 7. They're going to have a rematch against Emmanuel coming up next year in round 6. Indiana Tech, their ITC debut on the men's side, making it down to the top 6. Fun team to watch for the past couple of years. Great to see them breaking through, earning their spot here. Going to fall a little bit short of making and continuing their run. Shout out to the Warriors, though. Great program, great bunch of kids. And looks like they're just getting underway with technically game 7, but we could have an 8. Let's make the switch and remember to take the top layer off this time. All right, there we go. We got it right this time, folks. One more round to go today. Originally it was scheduled to start at 7 p.m. Eastern. And as you can see, it's 7:12 Eastern right now. So more bowling yet to come here. Round 6 to see if we're able to determine the 2 finalists in the men's division and 2 in the women's division. Or if we'll have an if necessary round coming up tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. for that. McKendree, Mount Mercy. McKendree up 3.5 to 2.5. That's a double out of the gates here in game 7. This is the first frame for Mount Mercy. Once again, elimination match here. Open in frame 3 for McKendree, 53 after the early double. Their total. Mount Mercy looking at the 2-7 in frame 3. Fire there from Hope Gramley from McKendree. 3 out of 4. The spare, they're clean now. Through 3. McKendree getting up in the 5th. Double for the Bearcats. Once again, 3.5 to 2.5 here. We had a tie. Looking back at it now, without that strike, this one would have been over. McKendree went up first. Came down to the fill ball. McKendree delivered a strike, and Mount Mercy answered. The strike of their own earlier in this matchup. Washout in the 4th for the Mustangs. Only match ongoing. But some of the teams that will be competing in the next round for the winners bracket starting to arrive. Got St. Ambrose here. See some players from North Carolina A&T on the women's side. So after the open in the 4th, looking at the 2-4-5 in frame 5, Mount Mercy. This is frame 7 for McKendree. Whew. Scary for a second there. McKendree with the lead right now. Up by 19, but a couple frames ahead. Bearcats going in frame 8. Working on a strike and need some help, and 6, 7, 10. Mount Mercy, 6th frame. All right. Earthquake going on at the Spectrum Entertainment Complex. Seventh frame for Mount Mercy. Oh, get the double. They want one more. Top-ranked team. The power rankings heading into postseason play. 150, the total for McKendree in the eighth. They're stepping up in frame 9. Hope Gramley, the D2, D3 player of the year. Let's go. We got the fire. Max for McKendree, 210. 10th frame left to go. Mount Mercy with 233 still out there. This is their 8th frame. They make it 3 in a row. They can make it 4. They would just need a mark in the 10th. McKendree, 10th frame. Get the first hit. Get the first hit. 210 still out there. Mount Mercy, 9th frame. Trying to keep his tournament hopes alive. Makes it 4 in a row. First strike in the 10th. We are going to an 8th game for the second time today. Second hit in the 10th for McKendree. They're going to put all the pressure on here. Strike here. We'll take care of business. Cassidy Corey, the senior. How about that? 5 in a row. .210 finish for McKendree, but that first hit puts them into the low 220s, high 2 teens. Mount Mercy, we're going to 8. They don't get that first hit in the 10th and end up with a 9 count there. All of a sudden, that gets really close with McKendree striking out. They would have needed the spare and what, 9. 9 spare 9. Would have been able to get the job done, but strike on the first shot makes it easy. Spare makes this one 222. There it is, officially in the books, 222 to 210, 3.5 to 3.5. McKendree Mount Mercy. We're going to 8. Round 5, 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships taking place at Spectrum Entertainment Complex in Wyoming, Michigan. With all this excitement, with the PWBA going on, let's do a giveaway here. Why not? I like the energy of a giveaway here. Seems like prime time. All right, folks, as we get ready for game 8 here, going to have a giveaway once again. First time here on Bold TV. If you see the prompt in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, I'll say a giveaway will begin soon. Count down for 60 seconds, and then there will be a second prompt that says the giveaway has begun. Please click the submit entry button. That's all you have to do for a chance to win. Nice conversion to kick things off there. So how about after this that 5-pin conversion, let's get started. Giveaway time. Please take it out of full screen mode if you are in full screen mode. I'll make it easier pop up. If you can see the chat, then that's good. So remember, just wait to see the submit entry button. And you'll be good to go here on Bold TV. By the way, we're giving away a Nintendo Classic. So there you go. Nintendo Classic for one lucky Bold TV viewer. Third frame for Mount Mercy. 6'10", looking to stay clean through 3. Kendry, spare, strike. Getting ready for their third frame. So again, this is game 8. We're only supposed to have 7. We had a tie. So bonus bowling for everybody. Oh, the double. Early double by the Bearcats. Setting the tone. I've seen a couple of events with McKendree this year, and I believe this is the first time Hope Gramley has not been in the 5 spot, so potentially something Coach Shannon O'Keefe saw this week that in these past few matches wanting to make the switch. But we've seen her throw a lot of strikes, though, since switching over to this pair from that 4 spot. Oh. Rings the 10. Great shot. Fourth frame, Mount Mercy. Oh, they get the hit. Get the 9 out of there. get the 4. 7 was up there for a second. Congratulations to Bonnie for winning the giveaway. Our marketing team will be reaching out to you soon to redeem your prize. But right now, we're in Game 8, the fabled Game 8. Spare, clean through 4. McKendree is. Wash out in the 5th for Mount Mercy. So right now with the double, regardless if Mount Mercy makes the spare, you're going to have the advantage here heading into the second half of the game. Started off with a strike, make it a double. Impressive shot. Oh, she just, one of her teammates almost take her out right there. High five connection is key. McKendree avoids trouble in the 6th. Just the 6 pin. Got ahead of myself there. That was not a double. That was just a regular strike in the 5th. Mixer 7. Those have not been falling today. With both spares, McKendree's going to hold the 13-pin advantage with 4 frames left to go. Did I mention we still have 1 round left to go? There's more collegiate bowling coming up, folks. Round 6. And then, depending on how that goes, if necessary, rounds Saturday morning, 7 a.m., right here on Bowl TV before we get to the CBS Sports Network taped broadcast. All right, both spares in the books. 13-pin advantage. McKendree, 3.5 to 3.5. Oh, we got a pair of hits there in the 7th. It's going to stay at 13 pins. It's been a crazy match so far. Game number 8. Back and forth, 3.5 to 3.5. Thirteen-pin advantage. McKendree, 8th frame. Oh, across the deck. Messenger makes it a double. Must match situation here for Mount Mercy. 10 is going to make this tough. Grambly's not going to waste any time getting up here. 9th frame. Sees the double, wants to take advantage of the momentum. Runs high, leaves the 4. Mount Mercy up for the spare. 8th frame. Most impressive part of all this, both teams clean here. After all these games, all this pressure, filling their frames, putting their teammates in position to win this here. With the spare, if Grambly connects, max for McKendree, 228. She has it. Mount Mercy, 9th and 10th left to go. Their max, 216. And McKendree is going to get up here, or excuse me, Mount Mercy is going to get up here in the 9th. Gets the strike, still in it. McKendree, a situation where they could go 9 spare strike any 9 to win it. First shot of the 10th. 10 falls late. 9 and 2 shots now. Doesn't matter what Mount Mercy does. Cassie Corey is going to head up there. Got to strike to keep the pressure on here. Must strike situation. Light, not going to pinch fallen. Not going to get McKendree's win. McKendree is going to get the win here. McKendree moving on. They're going to face North Carolina A&T for the second time here today in round 6 coming up next. Shame to have to say goodbye to a great team like Mount Mercy, but that is the nature of the tournament. Mustangs, the top-ranked team in the regular season. They're going to fall in Game 8 here to the Bearcats. And folks, we're finally down to 4. 4 teams remain in the field here. In the men's and women's divisions at the 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships. I feel we're going to get into this next round pretty quickly, so we're going to be using the same lanes. But teams will not be returning to the lanes they just came off of. One final shot coming up here. Both Mount Mercy teams going out. The top 6 here at the ITC. Which means we have 2 Wichita State teams and 2 McKendree teams in the Final 4. The Wichita State women, the only team remaining in the winner's bracket of that, pairing the other teams in the elimination bracket. And we got a moment right there. Teams coming together.
Round 6, you will have 10 minutes before practice. At this time, all men and women are allowed to change surfaces on their bowling equipment. Once again, teams competing in round 6, you will have 10 minutes before practice.
All right, folks, we just got the announcement. 10 minutes to go until practice starts for round 6. So it's going to be a quick turnaround. So that's going to be about 7:50 and then 15 minutes. So with that, we are going to go ahead and step away for a quick second. But we know our matchups. On the men's side, we're going to see Emmanuel take on Wichita State on lanes 5 and 6, and St. Ambrose taking on McKendree on 9 and 10.
Coaches, as a reminder, your alternative
North Carolina A&T taking on McKendree on 19 and 20. And then Wichita State against Wisconsin Whitewater 23 and 24. That's what's coming up next year, folks. So we're going to take a quick break from the action. We'll be back here on Bowl TV for round 6, potentially the final round here on Bowl TV before we hand it over to Dave Ryan and Kelly Kulick on CBS Sports Network for the tapings tomorrow. No matter what happens, though, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun. We can't wait to bring it to you from the Spectrum Entertainment Complex here on Bowl TV.
Teams, practice is now ended. Please hold up on all practice shots. Once again, practice is now ended. Please hold up on all practice shots. USBC Collegiate Program would like to thank our gold industry partners, Storm and Rotogrip. We would also like to thank our silver industry partners, Motive and 900 Global. We would like to thank Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the Intercollegiate Team Championships. Dexter Shoes, the #1 bowling shoe in the world. And a special thank you to the official live scoring provider of the Intercollegiate Team Championships, Merit, Internet Booking Solutions. Athletes, your lanes are on for match play competition. Good luck and good bowling.
All right, everybody. We made it. We're here. It's round 6, day 2 at the 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships. We are down to one more best of 7 Baker matchup here today. Potentially, depending on how these matches go, we can know our 2 men's teams and 2 women's teams battling for the Helmer Cup on CBS Sports Network to be taped tomorrow. We potentially could have 4, if necessary, matches tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. if possible. And anywhere in between, all real, all happening, all right now. These matchups are essentially the finals of the left and right side of the bracket. 8 teams on each bracket to start, 16 teams total in both the men's and the women's divisions. And here we are on the women's side. On lanes 19 and 20, we're watching it now. North Carolina A&T is the undefeated team. They are taking on McHenry. Why I mentioned North Carolina A&T is undefeated, it's important because this is a double elimination format leading into the finals. North Carolina actually sent McHenry to the elimination bracket earlier today. So now, in order to make the TV show, McHenry would have to beat the Aggies of A&T in 2 consecutive matches. So for North Carolina A&T, they have the extra match if needed. So if McHenry wins, we'll have another matchup tomorrow morning. If North Carolina A&T wins, they're on the show. They're bowling for the title, looking for their second ITC title after winning their first in 2015. Over on 23 and 24, Wichita State is taking on Wisconsin Whitewater. Wichita State, the undefeated team, so same scenario for them. If the Shockers can go out and defeat Wisconsin Whitewater for the second time today, they will be on CBS Sports Network tomorrow. If Whitewater can get the win, there'll be an if necessary match for the TV show tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. On the men's side, on lanes 5 and 6, Emmanuel taking on Wichita State. Emmanuel is the undefeated team, so the scenario is going to continue to be the same every time we say this. Emmanuel win, and they're on the show tonight. Lose, we're back here at 7 a.m. Wichita State still in it, has a chance to win one more best of 7 Baker match. They met in the round of 4, the round before this for Emmanuel. And the Lions swept the Shockers. The Shockers had looked like the team to beat through the first few rounds to qualifying. And they went up there 4-0, just like that. So we'll see if they can continue the momentum here. The other side of the bracket, St. Ambrose, undefeated, is taking on McHenry. McHenry has had the longest road of any team still in the mix on the men's or the women's side. They have won 4 consecutive matches in the elimination bracket to put themselves here. Same scenario, St. Ambrose win. They're on TV bowling for their first ITC title. Otherwise, McHenry will force another round tomorrow morning. That matchup on 9 and 10 right now. So those are the scenarios we got. Let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. I see some A&T. There was no re-oil, so these lanes were bowled on the round before, but these teams have switched. So the teams who are in the elimination bracket matches in round 5 were on the opposite pair, so they are not bowling on what they started on after our most recent oil. So now that we got the scenarios run down for you. start breaking down the scores. High scoring affair. Currently on 5 and 6. Emmanuel with the advantage. They can actually go out and shoot 259 this game. Max for Wichita State with 9th and 10th left to go is 244. Although Emmanuel just opened the door in the 9th. They did not strike. Drops their max sum to 239. On 9 and 10. St. Ambrose with the early edge. Both teams with an open in the 4th. But a pair of doubles up on the board for the Fighting Bees. Whitewater and Wichita. Shackers with the 3-bagger in there after an open in the 2nd. Whitewater trying to rally back, though. 6th and 7th, they have delivered strikes. And here on 19 and 20, the pair we've been watching, that is a 5th frame spare for North Carolina A&T on your right. They had an open in the 4th. Everything else spares, no strikes yet. McKendree started with a double. However, they opened in the 5th, getting ready to step up in frame 6. Seventh frame for McKendree, and high flush 7 prevents the double. North Carolina A&T can take the lead here if they can strike in the 7th. Trouble, 4-6-7. McKendree can build a lead here with 3 to go in game 1. Looking at Emmanuel and Wichita State, they are in the 10th frame. Mentioned that 9 count in the 9th for Emmanuel. They missed it. They finished with 216, so a spare for Wichita. And just 5 pins. They're going to get the win. They just got the spare. So an untimely miscue, potentially going to put Emmanuel down 1-0. .221, 216. Wichita State up 1-0. St. Ambrose is going to take game 1, just a matter of final score against McKendree. And Wichita State is going to be 1 up against Whitewater. Right now in the match in front of us, McKendree ahead by 20. Can push it to 30 if they can strike here in the 9th. Gets the hit. McKendree in great shape to take game 1 against North Carolina A&T. That 9-pin officially going to give McKendree game 1. St. Ambrose easily takes game 1 against the McKendree men, 234 to 165. Wichita on the women's side, 235 to 182. Game 1 victory over Wisconsin Whitewater. Final score here, McKendree, 201 to 161 victory, up 1-0. Let's head over to 5 and 6 for a second here. Take a look at Wichita and Emmanuel as they start game 2 over here on 19 and 20. They're about halfway through game 2. Wichita taking game 1. Here in game 2, sparing the first for Wichita. Next 5 strikes, and they're in the 7th frame. They 2-pin. For Emmanuel, they started with 3 consecutive spares, but that strike in the 6th frame makes it 3 in a row. So business is good right now, folks. A lot of strikes here on 5 and 6, game 2. Emmanuel looking to tie it up. That strike sets up the 9th frame. But we still have a 2-pin match here. $269 the max for Wichita, and it was $267 for Emmanuel. Now with the 3-6, drops it down to $245. Wichita can get this first one in the strike, or first one in the 10th. Get a strike in the 10th to kick things off. There we go. They'll be in the 250s. They'll be up 2-0. There it is. That veteran leadership at the bottom of the lineup. Brandon Biondo. Veteran leadership, but certainly not lacking any fire. Just count now. We'll take care of business. North Carolina A&T has started with 6 consecutive strikes. We've seen that before. They had the front 10 earlier today. Five works. 5 is enough, regardless of what happens here. So Wichita State going to go up 2-0 in the men's division. Let's head back to 19 and 20. We mentioned North Carolina A&T starting with the front 6, split in the 7th and the open. Come back with a strike in the 8th. 265 still out there. McKendry, strike, 7 spare, 8 spare, 3 bagger. So this is frame number 7. Technically, they're max higher at the moment. They add another in the 7th, 268 out there. Another great matchup here. The Wichita State women are going to go up 2-0 against Wisconsin Whitewater, looking to make it back to the ITCs, the championship match. 9-time champions on the women's side, 11 on the men's. Eighth frame for McKendry. Asking for it to hook. They do not get it. So strike to kick off the 10th here. North Carolina A&T would be in the 250s. There it is. That's going to be enough. We're one apiece. The McKendree men in good position to tie things up against St. Ambrose. They need 8 pins and 2 shots after getting the first strike in the 10th. Final shot coming up here from North Carolina A&T in game 2. They've got this one wrapped up, just a matter of final score. 264 with the 9-pin. Nice 100-pin jump after 161 in the opener. We're all tied up 1 apiece. Round 6. 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships. We're at the Spectrum Entertainment Complex in Wyoming, Michigan. Our final teams, we started with 16. We're down to 4 in both the men's and the women's division. Potentially down to 2 after this round. We will have to wait and see. If necessary, rounds would be tomorrow, bright and early, 7 a.m., followed by TV shows taped to air on CBS Sports Network starting May 11th with the women's singles show. McKendree officially ties it up in the men's division with St. Ambrose 200 to 186. Not going to lie, the Wichita State men did not like being swept earlier today. Let's head back over there real quick. They can still shoot 279 this game. Manual not bowling bad, but definitely not putting up enough. The firepower shown by Wichita at the moment. So this is frame 9 for Wichita. Could still shoot 279. 244 the max for Emmanuel. They're getting ready for their 8th frame. They are pumped. They want to wake up early. They want bonus bowling tomorrow. They want to push this to the if necessary match. Emmanuel's got to strike out and hope for some help here. They would need an open and some help with count as well. Oh, that was almost 2-8-10. That was so close to being big time trouble. But now, that's enough for a win. 246. They already got it. Manuel gets the hit, but they're down 3-0. Down 3-0. Manuel has not bowled bad in this matchup, but Wichita State so far 221, 252, and going to be in the 250s again. Emmanuel has shot 216 and 235, and they can still get to 244 this game, and they have 0 wins to show for it. That is crazy. Absolutely nuts. Wichita State delivering the business here. Let's take a jaunt over to 23 and 24, see the Wichita State women. The Wichita men up 3-0. Wichita women up 2-0 against Wisconsin Whitewater, but the Warhawks looking to get something going here after an open in the first. That was their 4th consecutive strike. However, Wichita State double 9 spare, looking to make it 3 in a row here. Deliver. Sixth frame, high flush 7 ends the string of strikes. North Carolina A&T started with 5 consecutive strikes once again in game 3, that one against McHenry. Tied up at 1 apiece, game 3 over there. Spare there. I'm not sure what's going on. Wichita State is kind of looking to the back to some of our tournament directors, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's switch it up. We'll get back to that one. Let's go watch St. Ambrose and McHenry. We haven't been over there yet today. This matchup 1 apiece. St. Ambrose was working on 5 consecutive strikes after a spare in the first before we saw that 7 pin up there. That is a 2nd consecutive open for McHenry. So the Fighting Bees looking to take a 2-1 advantage. North Carolina A&T, we saw them have a run like this earlier today when they went 289, 245, I think. They have a chance to go 264, 267 back-to-back. They're going to be in the 250s, so they have successfully won game 3. Most McHenry can get to. They're only through frame 5. It's 244. So with that, North Carolina A&T is going to have a bit of a wait. McKendree, the opportunity to slow it down on the women's side. McKendree men going to have some work to do. They're going to be down 2-1 here after 3. St. Ambrose getting ready for the 10th frame here. They're taking this. They're going to be up 2-1. They can still shoot 269 this game. So some big scores here in round 6 so far. North Carolina A&T did finish that game off. So they've gone 161 and then 264, 267 to go up 2-1. Let's check on the Wichita State Wisconsin Whitewater match. They're back in business over here. So that was a strike in the 9th from Wisconsin Whitewater. They can shoot 234. Wichita State stepping up in the 9th. They have 247 out there. Excuse me, 267. No, I was right before, 247. Missed that 9 spare in the 3rd. Nice shot by the Warhawks there. First one in the 10th. They're in the 220s now. And the Shackers missed that. Whitewater's going to get this game. They're going to make it 2-1. All right, I think we got to go back to 5 and 6. Wichita and Emmanuel. This one is over. Wichita State still up 2-1 here. So let's see what we got here. Looking at live scoring. 8th frame for Emmanuel there, 3-6-10. They were working on a strike. They cover this. They can still get to 217. They're clean so far this game. Wichita State, that strike in the 8th. This is their 9th frame. They're clean as well. They got a double up there. And the 3-4-6. This is makeable. Got to get the ball to the right of the 3-pin. The ball take out the 6. 3-pin takes out the 4. Drops Wichita State's max to 219, though, if they're able to pick it up. Mentioned the max for Emmanuel with the 9th and 10th left to go, 217. Oh, it's aggressive with it. Went for it, did not hit the 3-pin. Open in the 9th, 175 for Wichita. Emmanuel can step up here, 9th and 10th, and win this thing. Strike in the 9th. Brandon Biondo wasting no time to get up there, 10th frame. Once again, this is 3-0. If they're able to get the double, get to 205. Emmanuel will need the first hit. Going to be light. Spare 9 now will win it for Emmanuel. 10th frame. That strike is going to do it. They're going to get on the board here in game 4. Emmanuel pushes it to game 5. So here we are. Wichita on the men's side is up 3-1 against Emmanuel. St. Ambrose up 2-1 against McKendree. Those are our 2 men's matches. On the women's side, North Carolina A&T up 2-1 against McKendree. And then Wichita State, their women's team up 2-1 against Wisconsin Whitewater. And everybody is kind of just in the beginning of whatever game they're in, bowling much faster on 5 and 6. So they're a full game ahead of everybody. But everybody kind of at the beginning of either game 4 or game 5. The intensity on this one has been pretty solid. Let's stick here for a couple frames, see if Emmanuel can make it 2 in a row. Or if Wichita State can set up a reservation at 7 a.m. here. On Bowl TV at Spectrum Entertainment Complex. Wichita with the early double here in game 5. Looking at a 9 spare in the 3rd with the conversion of the 4. 9 spare strike start for Emmanuel. They got the 10 pin up in frame 3. Taking a quick glance around the house. Wisconsin Whitewater. Clean through the first 4, 3 spares and a strike in the 4th. But they found themselves up big early against Wichita, trying to even it up at 2 apiece. The Shockers, 3 open, 60 in the 5th. Miscue on the single pin for Emmanuel. Do not want to be giving away frames here. The way this Wichita State team has bowled so far. Good bounce back. But Wichita can make it 4 out of 5 here. Fifth frame. A little more reserved right now, saving some of that energy. Fifth frame for Emmanuel. They respond back, but down 21. TJ Rock. It's been a rock. It's been rock solid at the top of that lineup here this week for Wichita. Bringing the energy, bringing the great shots. Oh, the ring 10. And the Shockers keep it going. 7th frame. Was asking for help, didn't get it. 2-10. .210 here in the 7th. 10 pin left for Emmanuel, trying to extend this match to game 6. Spare converted. Just the one for the Shockers. They're going to be at 155 in the 7th now. So still ahead in this match. Great shot in the 7th. Emmanuel right now saying 7 a.m., way too early to be here. They want to show up late and on CBS Sports Network. Nice bounce back there. Striking the 8, 245 max. Emmanuel got to keep the pressure on here. This is their 8th frame. Can bring this within 10. That light mixer has not been falling today. 7 pin left standing. Alec Keplinger up. Wichita, 9th frame. Working on a strike. Oh. That was close to being about 5. St. Ambrose putting together some strikes, looking to go up 3-1. Cameron Crowe up on the approach. If he gets this one, I think they're going to get a little loud. Oh, and a second missed single pin for the Lions. Cannot do that. That is unacceptable. .145 in the 8th. Their max 205. Any type of mark, this one's over. We're going to have an if necessary match tomorrow morning. Max straps to 195 now. 6 pins. 7 works. Wichita State avenges their earlier loss. It's going to win 4-1. It's going to have one more matchup with the Lions. See if they can make it to CBS Sports Network tomorrow morning. So, folks, that means we're going to be here on Bowl TV as well for that action. 2 missed single pins that game for Emmanuel. Just cannot have that in these Baker formats. Can't give away frames. So Wichita State, congratulations. They are going to battle for one more round. Emmanuel still in it, though. Double elimination, that's the benefit. They get the opportunity to hit the lanes one more time. Whitewater is going to even things up. So that one's 2-2. St. Ambrose up 3-1. So the situation here, North Carolina up 2-1. North Carolina A&T. Final score of that Wichita game, 211 to 185. So we'll be thinking about those missed single pins. That was actually the fill ball there for North Carolina A&T. They're in the books with 220, late 4-bagger. And McKendree needed that hit. That was in the 8th frame, so that is going to put North Carolina A&T up 3-1. For the Aggies, their last 3 games, 264, 267, and now 220. So let's go take a look as they wrap up this game here. Still a 10th frame left to go for McKendree. They're up 3-1. Let's go watch McKendree and St. Ambrose here. This isn't an elimination moment potentially upcoming this game. St. Ambrose up 3-1. So here's what we got here so far. St. Ambrose clean. Oh, wait, no. Clean through 2. McKendree, clean through 2. So one match already complete. The Wichita State men defeated Emmanuel 4-1. So there will be an if necessary match tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Eastern here on Bowl TV. St. Ambrose started with a strike. Now looking at their 4th consecutive spare after the 7-pin in the 5th from Cameron Crow. McKendree has gone strike, spare, strike, spare, strike. Can they switch it up? Find a double here. They get it. They get it. 3-1. St. Ambrose has the lead. McKendree needs some momentum. Taking a look at our other matches right now. The Wichita-Whitewater matchup on the women's side. Game 5 is going to go to the Shockers. They're on cruise control this game. Can shoot 259 still. Whitewater can only get to 213, so this one all but over, just a matter of final score. North Carolina A&T and McKendree. North Carolina A&T, those Aggies They're still striking a little bit. They got the early edge, but they're a couple frames ahead in the match. They get close there. See how timing works out. They get a little bit of both here. Oh, get that 9-pin out of there. What was that? Look at these guys. St. Ambrose getting the hit. McKendry's still ahead, though. McKendry has been there before. They are past ITC champions. St. Ambrose looking to make it to the championship round for the first time in program history. They need one win in the next 3 games to do it. 7th frame. There's the double. This is the 8th for McKendry. Coming light. 2-5. St. Ambrose, 8th frame, working on a double. Recapture the lead here. Oh, that was good. That was really good. Dakota Solanka delivering. They've now hand-delivered 3 strikes to their 2 left-handed superstars at the bottom of the lineup. Nathan Stubler, the first-team All-American, and Cameron Crowe, the U.S. Amateur Champion in 2020. Spare from McKendry still in this. 227 McKendry's max score. 244 still out there for St. Ambrose. Stubler going to step up first here, 9th frame. Oh, gets him to dance. 4 in a row. Cameron Crowe gets the first hit in the 10th. They'll be in the 230s. McKendry needs this strike here, 9th frame, to keep the pressure on. They saw 227 out there. They get the hit. Game 5 coming down to the wire. Once again, strike here puts them into the 230s. Max for McKendry, 227. Cameron Crowe looking to send his team to CBS Sports Network. Oh, gets it. St. Ambrose advancing. You think they wanted it? Oh, they wanted it. Wow. 5 in a row. McKendry gets the first hit in the 10th. You still need some good pin count here just to be safe. Wackier things have happened, but what a moment for the Fighting Bees. They're going to knock out McKendry, but talk about a resilient run from the Bearcats. It was an absolutely phenomenal run for the Bearcats. losing their first match, winning 4 in a row. They've been bowling so well throughout the course of the day. But St. Ambrose, their time, they're making their championship round debut. They're going to be on CBS Sports Network. All right, let's talk scenario here. Once again, North Carolina A&T bowling super fast. They're in the books, I believe. Looks like 214. McKendree, however, after an open in the second, couple spares, 4th, 5th, strikes in the 6th, 7th, and 8th. Their max score, 235. This is their 9th frame. Hope Gramley makes it 4 in a row. Here's the situation, folks. 214 in the books for North Carolina A&T. McKendree can step up here. They need the first hit in the 10th. They need the first strike. 9 spare strike would be 214. We'd have a tie that would still extend the match. It would be 3.5 to 1.5. That is the scenario to keep their season alive. 9 on the first shot at least gives them the opportunity. Strike, they get the win outright. Anything less than 9, North Carolina A&T is going to CBS Sports Network. First shot of the 10th for the Bearcats. Oh, great shot. 4-pin. Spare strike to extend the match now. To make it 3.5 to 1.5. No problem on the spare there. Spare is good. Scenario. Simple. Strike to extend their season. Anything less, North Carolina A&T is on the show. The Aggies sitting there watching, just off to the right of your screen. Must strike situation to continue their season. College bowling, folks. How about that? 214 tie. They're bowling one more. 3.5 to 1.5. What a round 6 so far. This has been something else. Let's go to the other women's match. A little bit farther along in the game here. Wichita up 3-2. Whitewater with 2 early opens this game. Eighth frame for the Shockers. They get the strike. They hadn't opened themselves in the fourth, but they started off with 3 consecutive strikes. Clean since then, striking the eighth. This was the 7th frame for Whitewater. They were working on a strike there. The next score now, 202. Wichita on a 203 pace. So first thing, Whitewater's going to need the spare, and then they're going to need to start striking to put some pressure on and try to extend this to 7 and do not convert the 3-9. Max now 190 with 3 frames to go. Spare and good count now. Wichita returns to the ITC championship round. There's the spare. Whitewater must strike to have any chance at extending their season. All right, striking the 8th. Need the 9th, need the 10th, 11th, and 12th. But this one could end right here. The ball in the hands of the NCBCA most valuable player, Madison Janak. 9 pins officially wins this right here. That's 8. 6-10. Spare wins it now. Don't need it. Whitewater needed that hit. Wichita is going to CBS Sports Network. The Shockers are back in the title match. And they just realized there's coach, program director Mark Lewis, head coach Holly Harris. Join the moment. Shockers are going to the title match. All right. 3 matches determined. We're coming back for at least one. So you know where we're heading next, folks. Going to watch North Carolina A&T and McHenry. Once again, this one 3.5 to 1.5. We just had a tie at 2:14. McHenry extended its season with a strike on the fill ball of the last game. McKendree up, fourth frame. They have started strike, spare, strike. Make it a double. North Carolina A&T has struck on 5 out of its first 6 shots, a 6 spare in the fourth. This is their 7th frame. Oh! Chopping down the 10. The run North Carolina A&T has gone on the last 4 games: 264, 267, 220, 214. 5th frame for the Bearcats. How about this, folks? How about this? Season on the line. Opportunity to get into the title match and face Wichita State on the line. And another one. That was the 8th frame. 276 still out there for North Carolina A&T. 280 the max for McKendree. Sixth for the Bearcats. Don't get the strike. Could have been a washout. Keep everything together. 1-2-8. 9th frame now for the Aggies. They come in light. 2-8. All right, spare in the 6th. Still have a max of 257. They technically have a higher max score. Than A&T now, but they're a few frames behind. This is the 9th frame once again. They convert this, their max 254. Woo! Oh, goodness. Woo! .204 in the 8th. Spare in the 9th for A&T. 10 pin in the 7th. Drops their max down to 246 for McKendree in the 7th with the spare. First shot of the 10th. Comes in light. A strike there will give them the chance to double and clinch. Spare and strike now 242 for the Aggies. McKendree's going to need the 8th, 9th, and 10th and 11th. We have a spare here from A&T. Good spare. This is not a fun spare to shoot at here. 4-8. Nicely done. Nicely done in a big moment. So now here's the scenario. A&T with the spare, max at 242. McKendree can strike out for 246. They have the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th frame left to go. They need the next 4 strikes to have a chance. Cannot miss or their season is over. They had the late rally last game, ended up tying it. Can they find 4 more strikes? There's one, 8th frame. They got it. A&T going to finish up. Fill ball left to go. .241. Their last 5 games, 264, 267, 220, 214, and 241. Will the 241 be enough, though? McKendree cannot miss. They need the strike in the 9th and first 2 in the 10th. We'll worry about the count once we get there. It would be 6. Doesn't matter if they don't get the strike in the 9th. Keep their season going. Oh, the trip 4. How about this? A&T and McKendree absolutely battling here. The Bearcats are going to have the chance to push this to another game. Need the double in the 10th. First shot. Got to have it. Got to have it. It's going to have a chance. 10-pin. That's going to do it. A&T is on the show. North Carolina A&T returns to the finals of the ITC. They won it in 2015. They're going to be facing Wichita State for the title on CBS Sports Network. What a run from McKendree. What a run for the Bearcats. Not going to be enough, though. North Carolina A&T, too much striking in that crazy run after a 161 start. Low game of 214. 3 games above 240. 241. It's going to be enough to get the job done here.
And that concludes round 6 of competition for the Intercollegiate Team Championships. Teams that are still early to go, please stick around for just a couple moments as we prepare for a quick trophy presentation.
See Shannon O'Keefe going over there chatting, congratulating the Aggies on their run here. Very awesome move by Coach Shannon. There's Eric Kearney, Kim Kearney, some of the best folks in the sport of bowling. They have the Aggies bowling for another national title against Wichita State. Bowling, folks, collegiate bowling remains undefeated. Whew. Folks, our women's championship title match set. Wichita, North Carolina A&T. That's going to happen. One of those schools is going to add another Helmer Cup to their legacy. On the men's side, St. Ambrose. They have made it in. They're looking for their first ITC title. But we have one match undetermined. Wichita State won 4-1 here, coming out of the elimination bracket, which means we have an if necessary match tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. where they will face Emmanuel. And that will wrap up the Bowl TV coverage from the ITC and ISC. Then we will hand the keys over to Dave Ryan and Kelly Kulick to take it away on CBS Sports Network. Shows taped tomorrow for ISC and ITC. Begin running on 4 consecutive Tuesdays on CBS Sports Network starting May 11th. I don't know how we can top that. That was pretty awesome, but we got at least 4 more Baker games and hopefully 7 bright and early in the morning tomorrow. So 7 a.m. Eastern, set your alarms. We're going to do this thing. It's going to be awesome for a spot on TV and a chance to win the Hellman Cup up for grabs. 3 teams in, 1 to be decided. And with that, we are going to go ahead and sign off, start preparing for that excitement. Big thank you to the United States Bowling Congress and USBC Board of Directors, the Bowling Proprietors Association of America and BPAA Board, Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of USBC short duration events, and the ITC and ISC, our gold partners, Rotogrip and Storm, the West Michigan Sports Commission, the Spectrum Entertainment Complex, proprietor Mike Eaton, the whole family. Such a great venue. All the staff putting in the long hours here. The IBC Youth Development Team, who's been here every step of the way. Of course, all you great folks on Bowl TV. That was fun. We had a lot of bowling. We had the PWBA going on as well. This is what it's all about. Bringing you the sport, showing you the future for the sport. So with that, from all of us on Bowl TV, Jason Thomas, I'm Aaron Smith. We're going to go ahead and sign off for the day. So thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV. And remember, folks, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. We'll see you at 7 a.m. Eastern for the conclusion of match play at the 2021 Intercollegiate Team Championships.